The meeting is reconvened. Councillor Bayliss, you were speaking. Could you please...
No, move to the vote, Mr Mayor. I think I've said what I need to say.
Okay. Councillor Jennings, you want to do the winding up, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll just move to the vote. Thank you.
Please show. Any against, please show. Thus carried. That's the end of the special meeting. Members have been previously notified that as this is the last scheduled meeting of the full council in this council chamber, we will be taking photographs to commemorate the occasion. We will do this now before we start the ordinary meeting. So it's for the photographs, please. Okay, that's all done now. We will move on to the ordinary meeting of the council. Any apologies, please?
Councillor Chair, Councillor Bayliss, please.
Okay. Now, if I could just remind members that the ordinary meeting can last up to 4 hours. So it's 4 hours time, not 10 o'clock finish as usually it does. So if we are going to for the full 4 hours, then it would be somewhere around about 20 minutes, 22 minutes past 6. Any declarations? 10, I'm sorry, 10. Any declarations of interest? Now, to approve the minutes of the meeting of the council held on the 8th of September 2010. Can somebody move, please?
Yes. I move them, Mr Mayor. Can I ask for an application regarding 5210? Can we have an announcement as to whether Mr Gove is coming to Derby regarding the Building Schools for the Future project? We did write to him following the motion. And can I remind the Liberal Democrats that the Building Schools for the Future programme was a Labour administration project, not theirs.
Are the minutes agreed? Yeah. Okay, thank you. To receive any announcement from the Mayor, I have got an announcement, and it is with much sadness that I announce the loss of 3 people since our last council meeting. They are Lady Hilton, widow of the former Lord Lieutenant of Derbyshire, Sir Peter Hilton; Mrs. Alma Malaki, mayoress during the term of her late husband Alan Malaki, 1996 to 1997. I will be attending Alma's funeral tomorrow morning. And former county borough councillor for Babington Ward County Council for Littleover Ward and former leader of Derbyshire County Council, Walter Marshall OB. Can I ask members to stand for a minute's silence, please, as a mark of respect for these three? Please be seated. To receive any statements from members of the Council Cabinet.
Mr. Mayor,
Okay, on the announcement.
on the previous announcements, yes. If I may, Mr. Mayor, just have a few words. Lady Hilton, as everybody knows, was the wife of the late Lord Lieutenant of Derbyshire, Her Majesty's Lord Lieutenant. I got to know her particularly well because when I held your office, it was the last year that he was Lord Lieutenant, and I can't think of anybody who gave greater public service to Derbyshire. Every single day of my mayoralty, I saw them somewhere or other in the county. It was well known that they never actually went shopping for anything other than a tin of beans and cat food, because they never had a meal at home. They were always out on public duties. Lady Hilton was an extremely loyal husband to the wife to the Lord Lieutenant, but she had a career in her own right. Many of her years were in uniform, and since his death has continued to support a lot of voluntary organisations, particularly in the city. During their period as in the lieutenancy, they not only supported former armed services organisations, but spent a lot of time in the inner city. I was a governor of Hardwicke School at the time when they made a visit there, and they were particularly interested in things going on in the inner city. They were totally non-political. I think they were friends to everybody in politics, no matter what side they came from. And I think she was an example of what public service can be. Right up until her death, she supported the Citizens Advice Bureau, of which I have the pleasure of being a trustee. Councillor Walter Marshall was my fellow councillor. He was a county councillor for a little over, when I was city councillor for a little over. But I remember him as a member of this authority, the County Borough of Derby, when he was councillor for Babington in the early 70s. Now, just before the reorganisation of local government, a number of what were Derby councillors decided to stand for the county council under the new regime. He was one of them. And at that time, the county council didn't divide on Labour and Conservative terms. It divided on county and Derby terms. So there were a number of Labour councillors and a number of Conservative councillors who stood up for Derby. And Walter Marshall was one of those. And if you think that he was leader of the county council 77 to 81 and remained leader of the minority group after that, if you think of Sir Frank Whittle Road and how important that is to the city now, that would not have happened if the people in the county council who did not support Derby had their way. Walter Marshall fought for that road, and it is now an extremely important part of our infrastructure. Can you imagine what Derby would be like without Sir Frank Whittle Road, all the traffic coming through it? And if there was any contribution that he made politically, Sir Frank Whittle Road is it. He was also a vet, a very distinguished veterinary surgeon for more than 50 years. coming to Derby at a time when the Midland Railway had something like 500 horses. And he was responsible for a lot of that, including inspecting meat in our markets before he became a councillor. And then, of course, as an ordinary vet, right up until his retirement, which was well beyond the ordinary retirement age. He was an extremely kind man. He was kind in politics. Again, something which is completely rare. And I know, as a pet owner, he was particularly kind to animals. And if anything I can say about Walter was that he was kind to me, he was kind to animals, and he was an extremely kind man, and we shall all miss him. Thank you.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. If I might, Mr Mayor, I would just like to pay tribute to Alma Malarkey. As many of you know, Alan was a Labour councillor and the mayor of this city many years ago. If anyone goes along and looks at the photographs of previous mayors, they're all around the corridor and they go into the area of the mayor's parlour. The one thing that strikes you first about the photographs of the mayors is that the very first one that shows a photograph of the mayor and his partner is Alan Malarkey and Alma. I think that is a significant statement of how their partnership worked. Everything that Alan did had the support and love of Alma, and she was a rock behind Alan that allowed him to take part in both his work with Rolls-Royce and his work as a councillor. She was a remarkable lady. I remember when I was the president of East Midlands Cooperative Society, I went to the Cooperative Fund Day on Normanton Park, and Alan was the mayor, and during the event the mayor graciously paraded around to talk to the stall holders, and it was the longest tour I ever did with anybody. I think everybody in Derby, particularly in that area, knew Alan Malarkey or Alma or both. And people who make the kind of contribution that they did to this city deserve our recognition, and I would like to fondly remember from this council the very great contribution of both Alan Malarkey and Alma. Thank you very much.
Councillor Webb.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Alma Malarkey was a formidable lady. She was strong in faith, she was strong on family and family values, and she was a strong supporter of the mayoralty. She was also very sociable, very easy to talk to, and an easy listener. She'd always got an ear for somebody. If I could quote from Alan Malarkey's final speech when he retired as mayor, Alma has criticised me and inspired me, and on the odd occasion that she has not been there, I have felt there was a dimension missing. That dimension is now missing forever, but she will be sadly missed. Thank you.
Anybody else want to say anything? No? Fine. Item 5, to receive any statements from members of the Council Cabinet. Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, I would like to apologise. I'd like to apologise on behalf of all of the councillors within this chamber from all political groups who have all failed to prioritise the upgrading of school catering facilities for a significant number of years. We are now dealing with an issue that goes back to 1995. All groups within this chamber have a responsibility for what has happened. On all of our behalves, and particularly from me as the leader of the council, I would like to apologise to all of the children, parents and staff affected by the closures last week of 28 school kitchens. This was a very difficult decision, but it does demonstrate that the safety and staff of pupils is the highest priority for this council. As an authority, we moved quickly in difficult circumstances to provide a cold meal option, and within hours had a hot meal option at some of the schools affected. I am pleased to announce that by tomorrow, no school will be left without a hot food option. The results now of all but 2 gas surveys have been conducted, and I am extremely happy to announce this evening that 6 kitchens will reopen from tomorrow, with a further 5 reopening by next Thursday. Ventilation work and staff training will enable a further 9 kitchens to at least partially reopen, with 6 more kitchens still under review, with a view to those being able also to reopen after ventilation works have been completed. Obviously, we are hopeful the results of the final 2 surveys which are outstanding will be positive. Unfortunately, at this time, 13 school kitchens will be unable to reopen to cook meals, but they will remain open as servery kitchens, and measures will be in place to ensure the delivery of hot meals, which will be made easier by this programme of reopenings of kitchens. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our staff who have worked extremely hard to ensure that meals have been provided, and also that a programme of reopening kitchens as soon as it is safe to do so has been implemented. Also, Mr Mayor, since the last full meeting of the Council, I am pleased to advise members of the Council of the following initiatives and achievements. The Street Pride Service, working with Community Payback, has provided 1,400 hours of work to assist in rehabilitating offenders. In the last 4 weeks, the service has also recruited 36 Street Pride champions to be the Council's eyes and ears and to help improve the areas in which they live. Springwood Leisure Centre's Be Fit Gym has been shortlisted for Local Authority Gymnasium of the Year in the National Fitness Awards for 2010. Asian Fest was celebrated on Arboretum Park on the 23rd of October, recognising the park as one of the country's best green spaces. Mr Mayor, a public Wi-Fi service was launched at the Central Library in the city centre on the 6th of October, the first Derby library to offer this service. In Nuisance Prevention Week, we targeted nighttime noise, dealing with nearly 30 cases. Mr Mayor, this initiative was a pilot for the nighttime response service due to commence in 2011. In regeneration, the local enterprise partnership for Derby, Derbyshire, Nottingham and Nottinghamshire was given the green light by government. This partnership will replace the East Midlands Development Agency when it is finally disbanded. Mr Mayor, on the 23rd of November, an event has been arranged to launch the Council's £10 million regeneration fund and the Council's £40 million leisure strategy via an event at the Roundhouse. Major maintenance works on 3 bridges have been completed since early September: Watson Street, Rainsway and the Station Approach Viaduct. On the 27th of October, Mr Mayor, the new alcohol treatment system was launched in partnership with NHS Derby City and the Community Safety Partnership. Mr Mayor, the Bottle It project, which is a young person's school alcohol peer mentoring project, has won a national award, the Mentor UK Champ Award. These are just a few of the initiatives and achievements that we have made since the last meeting of Council and demonstrate that despite the challenging times in which we operate, the Council is making a positive difference to the lives of those who live, work and visit the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of things. The first thing is, if I'm not reading my constitution correctly, any statement from a cabinet member should have been circulated before the meeting. I was given this 5 minutes before. I'll let Mr. Leslie tell me whether I'm right or wrong on that. But anyway, to the matter in hand. This is a thin, veiled attempt to cover a massive PR cock-up. We have the coincidence of the Tory policy about school meals. We have the coincidence of the last day of term shutting all the kitchens. And we have the coincidence of last week shutting another 30. So we have to share the blame. Shame that. It's a cock-up. Let's admit it, it's a cock-up. The City Council had statements made by the leader and the deputy leader, who said one thing, which was different, and the press office, who said something completely different. Sadly, this poured petrol onto the flames of discontent, and it was a public relations disaster, a policy disaster. I mean, it was that bad that the council leader scored 96 comments on the Telegraph website alone. That's his highest score yet.
No, he got 98.
Oh, sorry, got 2 more, did he?
Yeah, 98, well done.
Well, next time it might be 100 not out. Who knows? Let's be honest, this is first of many that we'll have here, but at least he's managed to apologise. It's a shame he didn't ask whether he apologise on behalf of the Labour group. As I said before to officers of the council, if you want to speak to the Labour group or want something said by the Labour group, ask me first. It's his cock-up, your mistake, stand up and take it, and I'm afraid this is one of many. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jones. Jones.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that the leader is right in that this is a problem that's been going back for 15 years and the kitchens weren't properly maintained. So I totally agree with him on that. I'm pleased that he's able to announce that there are going to be some hot food options. I know from my constituents who have been affected by this, one of their concerns, especially in the winter weather, has been hot food for children, particularly primary children in the middle of the day. We know that they work better if they have good food inside them. They're better in the afternoon. We are where we are. It's a very concerning situation. We don't mess about with gas. Those of us that have it in our homes know that it needs to be treated with caution. And the only option, I guess, was to shut down those kitchens until we were absolutely sure that they were safe. The sooner we can get them open, the better, but they do need to be safe before we do that. So I welcome that some of them are now in a position to be opened. I hope we can learn some lessons from this and that this sort of thing will not happen again.
Sir, please. Would you please keep quiet? Let me conduct the meeting. Item 6 on the agenda, public questions. Could I just
Mr. Mayor,
remind members, the Council agreed at its last meeting to change the system for public questions. This means that any person who has put 2 questions to the Council will be able to ask their second question after all of the first or single questions have been asked. This does not affect supplementary questions which must arise directly from the reply. So the first question, please, from Rosemary Wright to Councillor Grimmadell.
Mr. Mayor, could I formally move standing orders on this item? Because it's obvious that we're not going to get through all the questions, and I think it is important that we let members of the public ask their questions. Could I also say, that it's not pertinent at this point, but I might as well make the point now, Should the meeting go beyond 4 hours, the Labour Group would like an adjournment to that point and reconvene in the future, so other group members can know our position before that. Thank you.
Councillor Bayliss, I will put that to the members when the half an hour is approaching rather than at the start. Thank you. So, question from Rosemary Wright to Councillor Grimendle on the location of Chaddesden Library.
The proposed site for Chaddesden Library is close to where the Brownie and Girl Guide headquarters used to be, which was constantly vandalised, such that the traumatised girls vacated the park. On the other side of Nottingham Road are 2 housing estates that have never had the luxury of a church hall or a community centre and would have benefited from the library moving to a more central position in Chaddesden. I wonder if the Cabinet member was aware of these points when deciding on the location of the library, and could you please explain why the promised meeting on Chaddesden Library did not go ahead?
Councillor Grimendle.
Good evening, Rosemary. In 2009, the Council drew up plans to build a replacement library on the Nottingham Road edge of Chaddesden Park. However, a number of objections were raised to this, and subsequent consultations with local residents indicated strong support for locating the new library in the park itself or close to the current location. I have spoken to the library service officers and the Chaddesden Ward neighbourhood manager, and none of them were aware of any promise to hold a further public meeting on the location. However, I did find the results of the public consultation exercise persuasive, and with this in mind, on the 6th of July 2010, the Council Cabinet agreed a location for the library some 50 metres from its current position on the park. Council officers are currently working on a design for the new library. They are aware that buildings in the park are occasionally targets for antisocial behaviour and vandalism, and the design of the new library will seek to minimise these risks.
Supplementary, please.
I don't think there's any point, because the poll was in favour of the library being moved. But they've done an unofficial poll that wasn't considered on air area.
Can I ask you the supplementary question, if there is any, please?
Isn't that the supplementary question? I actually went, I don't know whether this is a supplementary or not, to one of your surgeries, and you told me that there was no way was the library going to be put back in the park.
So, Grimendle, do you want to say anything on that, please?
Well, only that all the surveys that we've had, there was a number of official and unofficial surveys, and 86% of the people that we spoke to or were surveyed wanted the library in its existing position. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well,
I am sorry.
Sorry, your question has been answered now, please. Can you... the next question is from Jackie Springall to Councillor Poulter, replacement of sycamore trees on Wilson Avenue.
Good evening, Councillor Poulter. I'm Jackie Springall, one of the residents from Wilson Avenue who has been campaigning to have our trees replaced for the past 6 years. The reason for this campaign is to have the large sycamore trees replaced with something more suitable for the narrow avenue. These trees are causing great difficulties for the elderly and disabled residents of Wilson Avenue. Several visits have been made to our avenue, and it has been agreed by officers and Councillor Nater that the trees are not appropriate for this area. We have sent in signed petitions from residents of Wilson Avenue. Can you please tell me when these trees will be replaced?
Councillor Poulter, please.
Good evening, Mrs. Springall. Thanks for the question. As I'm sure you're aware, previous residents from Wilson Avenue have applied for the removal of trees, but this has always been declined, as this would not comply with the Council's tree management policy, in that we do not cut down healthy trees without appropriate justification. There are, however, exceptions where policy allows the felling of such healthy trees, but the reasons put forward for the removal of these trees on Wilson Avenue do not meet these criteria. Leaf litter, damage to surfaces and light structures by roots and shading are understandably genuine concerns to individuals, and the Council has procedures and actions to address these issues as they arise. Nearly all of these are common issues throughout the city and are almost inevitable where trees are in built-up environments. Where damage does occur to footways, this will be identified by the Highways Inspector. If it constitutes a trip hazard, the arboricultural section will be consulted and appropriate action taken, and that may be root pruning or footway patching work. The last inspection in June this year on Wilson Avenue identified no defects that required remedial action, and minor patching work has been carried out on 4 occasions over the past 5 years. Leaf litter is a seasonal issue, and the street cleaning teams have made every effort to reduce the associated problems. Cleaning teams have carried out works on Wilson Avenue 3 times in the past 2 weeks, and on the last visit the volume of leaf litter was reported as minimal. Similar petitions presented previously have not resulted in the removal of healthy trees, and in other areas where this has prompted further consultation, it's actually been found that there has been widespread objection to the removal of trees within the community. Mrs. Springle, there's no plans to remove these trees on Wilson Avenue.
Supplementary, please.
Well, in that case, as a resident on Wilson Avenue has just had a new wall built and has been charged £2,210, is he going to get any compensation for this?
Poulter, please.
Yeah, Mrs. Springle, there are procedures within the council for claims for insurance for damage such things, and whoever it is might want to follow that procedure.
Next question from Mr. Herson to Councillor Jennings, use of Derwent New Deal funding.
The Derwent New Deal has cost the government nearly £40 million of taxpayers' money. The local papers reported about what the local residents have done and what the council has done, but the government must have also had a role and responsibility in looking after the public's money. Please explain from the council's perspective what the government did to ensure that the money it gave was spent wisely.
Councillor Jennings, can you switch your...
Good evening, thank you. The government has overall responsibility for all New Deal programmes nationally and sets out policy and guidance on the management of the programme, which was contained within yearly renewable grant conditions. Officials of the Government Office East Midlands attended board meetings to monitor performance, spend and support those that were running the programme. The annual delivery plan setting out details of all projects, spending and targets had to be agreed and signed off by government officials before any spend could happen. Once the delivery plan had been signed off, each project then had to be worked up into a detailed case and an appraisal against government targets undertaken. There was a delegated spend limit of up to £250,000. Anything above this had to be sent to Government Office for reappraisal. Projects approved under this regime, for example, included the Gateway, Revive and Deventure Centres. In 2004, 2005 and 2006, the performance of Derwent New Deal was reviewed by government and assessed as excellent, which resulted in an increase in delegated spending to £1 million. In addition to all these external controls, the programme was independently, externally audited annually. Central government also have direct access to the computerised database which holds information on all projects, spend and targets. I just have to say that the Council has had very limited direct involvement in this project prior to 2007. The issues which we face today were subsequently uncovered following the appointment of a service director to wind down the programme. The position we face is one where no further government funding can be justifiably spent, and the major projects that are in place are not sustainable. Whilst every effort has been made to retrieve the situation, the buildings are in the ownership and management of privately owned companies and registered charities which are not under the control or influence of the Council.
Supplementary, please.
In light that most residents of Derwent cannot see where the £40 million has been spent anyway, would it be appropriate to have an audit done on the expenditure at this point?
Councillor Jennings, please. Can you switch that off?
I can only give you the Conservative group's position on this, which is that we have for a number of years been pressing for a public inquiry into the Derwent New Deal programme. We do not believe it's delivered value for money. Those calls for a public inquiry have been consistently refused. So we are where we are. That's the position that I am currently in as the leader of the Council, trying to wind the programme up.
Next question is from Don Gay to Councillor Jennings, multi-agency working.
Good evening, Mr Mayor. Following the problems in the Normanton area resulting in serious community tensions relating to the large influx of Roma persons, the local community have come together with the police. Together they are working to address issues to assist in reducing the tension and ensuring all residents are law-abiding. When are the council officials going to fulfil their obligations and work with the community and the police in order to complete the multi-agency approach as promised at the Neighbourhood Forum on the 16th of September?
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, good evening. Well, I don't accept that we're not, is the first point to make. The Council is fully aware of the issues relating to a number of families from the Roma community living in Derby. We understand there are around 100 families, of which around 20 are apparently causing problems, such as antisocial behaviour, environmental crime and noise nuisance. The majority of Roma families, it must be stressed, are law-abiding. But we are aware that the behaviour of a minority are having a significant impact upon the neighbourhood, and we are fully aware of residents' concerns, particularly of those raised at the Neighbourhood Forum. Prior to these issues being raised at the Normanton Forum, the Council and partners were already working proactively. The Normanton Forum highlighted that the problems were now so complex that they are stretching existing resources and putting significant pressure on the Council and its partners in trying to respond to the concerns of the community. We recognised, therefore, that further action is needed to minimise the impact on all communities. The Council and its partners are responding in two ways. Firstly, a task force is being created and is meeting on the 22nd of November. This task force is made up of Council and partner agency staff. This group has been tasked to resolve the issues raised at the Neighbourhood Forum and will take a more proactive approach. Services across the Council and partners need to work in a more joined-up way and target resources to resolve the problems. Working with the community is very important, and Council officers and partners will attend the next Neighbourhood Forum in Normanton on the 16th of December and report back on progress. This approach clearly demonstrates that the Council is fully aware of residents' views, taking the issue very seriously, and is working effectively with all of our partners to resolve the issues. Secondly, the Council recognise that this is a longer-term issue, and we have agreed to look at a cross-city strategy to address how new and emerging communities are integrated. It should be remembered, however, that the majority of new communities in the city settle well and become an important part of the community. In this case, it does appear it is a minority of families that appear to have complex needs and may be causing most of the problems. The Council and partners will focus on these families and take all available action to deal with the complex issues and stop the problems occurring. All the actions taken will be reported back to your next neighbourhood forum.
Supplementary, please.
Thank you. May I ask, if this task group is being put together, why the actual members of the community are not part of that tasking group?
Councillor Jennings.
Well, the community will be involved in the tasking group when the task force actually gets together and decides on what actions it's going to take. It will consult the community at the next neighbourhood forum. That's how it's going to be involved.
Next question is from Karen Williams to Councillor Ingle, irresponsible landlords.
Thank you. In Normanton, many of the properties are rented out by private landlords. The tenants in some of these properties subject other residents to noise nuisance, fly tipping in the streets and general antisocial behaviour. This issue is affecting many people who have lived in the Normanton area for a long, long time, many of them being homeowners. Their properties are decreasing in value and their everyday lives are being made intolerable by the problems mentioned. Their physical and mental health is being affected. What are the council officials doing to address the issue of irresponsible landlords?
Councillor Ingle, please. Can you turn your speaker?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Ms Williams. The City Council's Housing Standards Team is responsible for dealing with housing and management conditions in private rented houses. Where significant hazard to health and safety are found in dwellings, the team can intervene using provision in the Housing Act 2004 and often does in the Normanton area. Officers in this section have powers to enforce management standards in all types of houses of multiple occupation. Officers also routinely attend the Normanton and Pear Tree Landlords Association to work with landlords to help raise the standards. The Housing Initiative team have just this month taken possession of 6 compulsory purchase properties, all owned by local private landlords with property in the Normanton area. 2 of these properties were very badly managed occupied bedsit properties and the other 4 were long-term empty properties. This action shows that the Council takes badly managed private sector properties seriously. Whilst it is important that the City Council is seen to take the strongest enforcement action when necessary, it is just as important that it works with more responsible landlords to support and encourage those that do need help to improve the housing and management conditions. I'd also like to say that the properties that we took possession of this month are the first, but they will not be the last. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Supplementary, please.
Just going on from that, can I ask why they are the first and why it hasn't happened before?
Councillor Ingle, please.
Well, obviously it takes an incredibly long time. This had to go right the way up to the Secretary of State. But as I said, we are moving forward on this. If you want to meet with me and one of my officers, we'll get together and we'll sort your address, your concerns. That's great. Okay, thank you.
Next question is from Dorothy Skritek to Councillor Jennings, closer of the silk mill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Why is the Council planning to close down a place of learning, the Silk Mill, making people jobless, homeless, at the same time maybe wasting 50 million in total, together with the County Council, on so unsustainable, polluting, life-denying, high-carbon incineration plants, while proposing to destroy recycling collections, for example, the paper collection, and redecorating and unnecessarily prettifying the Council House, the latter plans bringing an extra 1,000 people into a floodplain. I know that number was 200. I actually checked the application form and it said 1,000.
Councillor Jennings.
Sorry, I was waiting for the Mayor to call me. Thank you. Good evening, Dorothy.
Some order, please.
It's your time. The museum... The Museum of Industry in the Silk Mill is being mothballed as part of an ambitious but realistic plan to transform Derby museums at a time when the government's funding support to Derby museums is ending. The City Council is making its own major commitment to all of our museums. The plan at the Silk Mill, the plan at the Silk Mill is to fundraise and plan for its reopening as the city's major visitor attraction. The aim will be to help young minds switch on to being creative, with a particular emphasis on inspiring creativity in engineering. This is something that is particularly relevant to the City of Derby, and we believe that the Silk Mill, the site of the world's first factory, is the right place to realise this plan.
Supplementary, Dorothy, please. Can I have some order, please?
Thank you. That wasn't an entire answer. If you are only planning to mothball the Silk Mill, then, of course, why are people there being made redundant? And is it also true that Shanks and Cyclomax don't have to tell the City Council if they plan to burn radioactively contaminated waste?
Councillor Jennings, please.
Well, I don't see how the two are related, but Dorothy, yes, we are mothballing the Silk Mill Museum and it will reopen. You have to have a vision and a plan. We've got a plan. But it will take money that we currently don't have, and we've got to find that money.
Can I have some quiet, please?
With regards to your question about Shanks, you would have to ask the Cabinet member responsible for that, so I would suggest you submit another question.
You've just saved 50 million.
Next question is from Paul Campbell to Councillor Williams on school funding. Is he?
Good evening, Councillor Williams. My question is, following on from last meeting's agreement that the Council will support Derby schools who have lost their funding from the Building Schools for the Future programme, how will you be attempting to support schools who may lose their funding due to their specialist status?
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Mr Campbell, for your question. The funding for specialist schools, including high-performance specialist schools, will be mainstreamed from April 2011, and the national total of 450 million will be transferred to the dedicated schools grant. It is then for the local authority to decide, in consultation with the schools and the schools forum, how this funding is passed on to the individual schools. It should be noted that the schools are protected by a minimum funding guarantee, the MFG, which protects school on a year-on-year per pupil increase. This funding will fall into that protection mechanism, although we do not yet know what their level of MFG will be set, as this is a national directive. The local authority will work with Schools Forum to look at each school's funding on an individual basis once the formula has been agreed for final distribution. The maximum amount of funding will be distributed to Derby schools, ensuring continuity and progression in raising standards across the city.
Supplementary, please.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. I'm delighted to know that you'll be working to do the best for all schools in Derby. Can I assume and reassure people that my local school of Leesbrook will receive special consideration, seeing as they've received a double hit to funding under the Conservative Lib Dem government, under the British Building Schools for the Future programme, and now the Cotsty Specialist Schools programme?
Councillor Williams.
I will give you the guarantee that all schools within the city will receive fair consideration from this administration.
Next question is from Mr. Tony Dunn to Councillor Poulter, use of contractors.
Mr Mayor, Councillors, good evening. Could Derby City Council confirm or deny that it is considering scrapping its direct labour organisation and instead running its services by use of a single private appointed contractor, despite the sort of problems it's experienced recently, such as its Derby-owned setup?
Councillor Poulter, please.
Good evening, Mr Dunn. Yes, Derby City Council, I can deny that we're intending to scrap such direct labour organisation. Outsourcing of some functions is being considered as part of the ongoing discussions regarding the impact of the comprehensive spending review, but there are no plans to outsource services completely or to disband the direct labour organisation.
Supplementary, Mr Dunn, please.
I do. Yeah, could you name those, please?
Councillor Poulter.
I'll give you an example, Mr Dunn. In papers issued yesterday, Cabinet papers, and it will be dealt with at next week's Cabinet meeting, refer to the Waste Collection Service. Following a ballot of the workers, a massive majority in favour of efficiencies and changes in procedures was brought forwards and agreed with a view to saving £500,000 on the service. This will secure local jobs, it will secure the jobs of those people in them at the moment, it will avoid outsourcing and privatisation of this service and the trade waste collections.
Next question is from Penny de Brew to Councillor Marshall, inventory of the Council House valued artefacts.
Good evening. Aspication of the Council House has already commenced in readiness for the proposed redevelopment of the building. I would like to know the following: whether a comprehensive record has been taken of all relevant historic and period furniture, artefacts, including fixtures and fittings of the Council House. Additionally, what will happen to the St Helens House furniture?
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. An inventory has taken place of the furniture, fittings and artefacts of the Council House in order to ensure that the authority's assets are protected from loss and damage in the move. Much of the panelling in the Council Chamber and the Mayor's Parlour will be reused. For example, where it is not economic to move items such as radiators, the Council will get a credit for salvage of these against the cost of redevelopment. The ownership of the furniture of St Helens House will, I put be on eBay here, but I crossed that off. So, the ownership of the furniture of St Helens House will stay with the Council and be resited in the house when the refurbishment is completed. Thank you.
Supplementary?
Yes, I have. When was that inventory taken?
Councillor Marshall.
Quite recently. Like I said, right before we've done the move, and there is a full inventory, say, the last couple of months as well.
Well, I'd like to know why you haven't taken an inventory long ago.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I just now put to the Council if you are prepared to extend the time for public questions under Rule CP 11. All those in favour of extending, please show. All those against, please show. Okay, the result is 17 for, 16, 15 against, so it's carried, it's extended. Next question is from Simon Bacon to Councillor Wood, representation at Planning Control Committee.
Press the right button. Good evening, Councillor Wood. There have been two large planning applications in Derby for large waste incineration plants in the last year, both for RRS and Cyclamax. At the planning control meetings, just 2 members of the public were allowed to speak against each proposal, while a similar application for Chesterfield by Cyclamax, recently heard by Derbyshire County Council, allowed over 20 verbal representations. Why does Derby City Council restrict its residents in this manner when such applications are wide-ranging and controversial?
Good evening, Mr. Bacon. Public speaking at Planning Committee may vary between local authorities. The adopted procedure for public speaking at Derby City Council's Planning Control meeting is to allow 2 members of the public to speak in opposition to the scheme for 3 minutes each. The applicant may also speak for 3 minutes. The ward members can speak at the chair's discretion. In addition to speaking, all letters received are reproduced for committee members to view, and the relevant points from those letters are included as bullet points in the body of the officer report. As chair of the Planning Control Committee, I am satisfied that the established procedure that I inherited gives ample opportunity for public participation in the planning process.
Supplementary, Mr. Bacon, please.
Councillor Wood, are you therefore confirming that you consider it acceptable to place the same level of interest and importance on large controversial planning applications as you would on a chip shop?
Councillor Wood.
Chip shops can be extremely large and controversial. I would have thought, Mr. Bacon, and I congratulate you on your victory this week, that we have demonstrated our independence in the decisions we have come to, that we have given the correct amount of weight to both opposition and applicants, and that this has been upheld on appeal absolutely demonstrates our independence and the amount of weight we have given not only to applicants but to objectors. Thank you, but we will keep all these matters under review.
Next question is from Anne MacDonald to Councillor Grimmadale, Chaddeston Library Design and Costings.
Councillor Grimmadale, when will Chaddeston residents be shown the design and costings of the new library on the site that you're proposing? When will we see the design inside and outside, particularly showing the suitability of the design to the site, including extra lighting outside to cover city library opening hours and vehicle access roads, especially for disabled library users? Strictly related to the design, when will we see costings matching the full amount pledged by the Council? What are the answers, can you tell me?
Councillor Grimmadale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Anne. Officers are currently working on a full design for the new library, including both internal and external elements. As soon as the design is complete, one of the council's quantity surveyors will prepare a budget costing in line with standard practice. I expect both the design and budget costings to be publicly available no later than the end of January 2011.
Supplementary, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Grimmadell, how will you resolve the current situation where Chaddesden Library has to close 2 hours earlier in winter than other Derby City libraries because it is situated on the park, just as the proposed new library will be, if no new extra lighting is to be provided? Can you guarantee that it will?
Councillor Grimmadell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We're actually looking into the revision of library hours at the moment, Anne, so I will come back to you on that.
Next question is from Peter Steer to Councillor Grimmadell, Cathedral Green Swing Bridge. It's not here. Okay. Written reply would be sent to Peter Steer. Next one is from Colin Underhill to Councillor Grimmadell, Museum Services.
Evening, Mr Mayor. Councillor Grimmadell, when the museum service is in dire need of funding, why does the City Council prefer to close the Silk Mill Museum and waive the repayment of the £250,000 loan to Quad?
Councillor Grimmadell.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good evening, Colin. The Museum of Industry in the Silk Mill is being mothballed as part of an ambitious but realistic plan to transform Derby museums. At a time when the government funding support to Derby museums is ending, the City Council is making its own major commitment to all of our museums. The decision regarding the cancellation of the loan to Quad was linked to contractual items still outstanding from the construction of Quad. In effect, the Council would have to find the money to pay for these contractual items, whilst Quad needed to repay the loan. Therefore, it made more sense to net off these differing requirements, deal with the contractual items regarding maintenance, and in effect the writing off of the remaining loan dealt with all of the outstanding financial matters in an effective and efficient way. It also saves there's also a VAT implication here, and it saves a VAT payment of approximately £40,000 a year, a saving of taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr. Underhill, please. Can you please keep quiet? Can you please let the meeting go ahead? Can you please? Would you please sit down? 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 Would you? I am requesting you to sit down, please. I will ask you to leave the meeting, I'm afraid, if you carry on. So, you will have to leave the meeting, I'm afraid. You will have to leave the meeting, I'm afraid, if you keep on doing that. Can you please... I'm sorry, sir, if you won't stop, I will adjourn the meeting again. Okay, the meeting is adjourned then. Councillor Jennings.
Good evening, Pat, and thank you for the question. I have to say, I was as surprised as you when I received this question. Thank you for that, Dave. The last look at the Civic Suite was actually an idea of the mayoral team to enable both members of the public and employees to tour the civic treasures before the closure of the council house. 2 dates and times were identified, a weekday and a Saturday for those who work during the week. The council's communications team issued a press release to promote the events, and we are grateful that both the Derby Telegraph and BBC Radio Derby used that release in advance. We also promoted the dates internally to all employees, and the press release was posted on the council's website. It is unfortunate that none of these alerted you, and indeed me, to these events, Mrs. Woolley, but I am pleased to announce that in response to your disappointment, we are able to offer you, and of course anyone else who's interested, a new date of Friday the 26th of November to view the Civic Suite should you wish to do so. And if you would like to take up that opportunity, please contact the Mayor's office on 255482 and they'll arrange that for you. Okay.
Supplementary, Mr. Wool, please.
Councillor Jennings has already answered my supplementary. I was going to ask if we could have another open day, but thank you.
Next question is from Karen Hillier to Councillor Poulter. Drains on Nightingale Road.
Councillor Poulter, has the Council been aware, and if so for how long, of the unpleasant odours arising from the drains in the Nightingale Road area, which could be due to incompatible waste product disposal and causing public health concerns amongst the community?
Councillor Poulter, please.
Good evening, Mrs. Hillier. Thank you for the question. Thank you for your patience in waiting to get to your question. In late 2007, early 2008, the Council's Environmental Health Team was contacted by the Osmaston Neighbourhood Board Manager following concerns raised at the forum meeting about odours. An investigation was undertaken and contact was made with Severn Trent Water. This led to a number of actions being carried out. Improvements were made to certain inspection chamber covers in the area and a periodic programme of sewer cleansing was implemented. In addition to this, Severn Trent Water were also asked to check a local food manufacturer's discharge consent to ensure that this was being adhered to. The periodic sewer cleansing work has continued and has appeared to work well, as no further complaints were received by the Environmental Health Team. However, just recently, more complaints have been received. In early July, one of our highways inspectors from Street Pride met with the local residents and identified a problem with a number of road gullies in Tennyson Street and Mowbray Street leaking smells from the sewer. These have been replaced in October. Drainage engineers were contacted again and sought an update from Severn Trent Water. This revealed that the cleansing programme had been temporarily suspended in April and May, whilst essential gas works were carried out in the carriageway. In order for Severn Trent Water to cleanse the system, they have to position a cleansing plant over the appropriate inspection chambers, and because of the gas works, they were not able to do this. The gas works were completed a couple of weeks ago, and Severn Trent Water began the cleansing programme again last week. They've told us that it will take 2 to 3 weeks to complete, which means it should be finished by the end of this week. The Council will continue to monitor the situation and have made arrangements to meet with Severn Trent Water representatives to discuss these issues. If the problem continues, Mrs. Hilliard, by all means contact Street Pride or myself and we'll ensure that it's resolved for you.
Supplementary, please.
Yeah, my people who I know who have raised these questions have not been made aware of the gas works, and certainly that's news to me. Obviously, there are ineffective communication channels from the public to the Council and vice versa. But what is going to be done? You said something happened in 2007 and 2008. What is going to be done to ensure that these interventions are monitored and ensured that measures are sustained regularly, not effectively letting this slip down the drain?
Councillor Poulter.
As I say, Severn Trent have some responsibility for this also. We will, as Street Pride and as officers, continue to work with them. We will expect them to maintain the cleaning programme that solved it before. In terms of communication, we'll ensure that the area manager is informed of this reply, as you will be, and ensure that we communicate it to local residents.
Next question.
Mr. Mayor, under CP20, I'd like the Council to accept that this issue is taken before the Neighbourhood Commission. And I move that now.
I'd like to formally second that.
Has they been seconded? All in favour, please show.
Well done, Joe. Wake up your numbers. No, I mean fair play to them. There's on a survey. Which way is the wind blowing?
It's carried. Next question from Tony Dunn to Councillor Holmes, traffic light signals. Oh, P. Dorothy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it might already have been answered. I don't know if Councillor Jennings will read it out again. If you are only planning to mothball the silk mill, then why are you making everyone there redundant?
Councillor Grimendale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll answer this one, Dorothy. Well, basically, we're putting forward proposals to the staff about how the programme to transform Derby museums can be realised. And these proposals are likely to involve a number of staff being eligible for redeployment elsewhere within the council. There is a possibility of redundancy, but this is still an ongoing situation. Thank you.
Supplementary, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, seeing as you've just saved 50 million by the planning inspectorate refusing the appeal for the Sinfin incinerator, then why don't you use some of that money to save the jobs, save the services across the city?
Councillor Grimendale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're looking at all considerations for the silk mill, and at the moment, as I said before, it's an ongoing situation. Thank you.
Next question is from Tony Dunn to Councillor Holmes, traffic light signals.
Good evening, Councillor Holmes. Could somebody from the Traffic Department of Derby City Council please check the new sets of traffic lights between the Flower Pot Public House in King Street to the Kedleston Road, Duffield Road junctions, with particular regards to the sighted pedestrian signal crossing aspects, as when I walked through them one night it was possible on more than one set of these lights to see both the green and red pedestrian aspect in the middle and far side of the crossing, which for the short-sighted could not only lead to confuse but kill.
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. The guidance on how to provide pedestrian crossing control and signal junctions has changed in recent years. Pedestrian indicators are now located on the near side of crossings, with pedestrian required to face approaching traffic while observing the indicators. This replaces previous guidance, which required pedestrian indicators to be placed on the opposite side of the carriageway. The new approach ensures that pedestrians using the crossing check that vehicles have actually stopped before they walk. This approach is believed to be safer. The layout of the crossings on King Street comply with the latest guidance. If the crossing is used as intended, there is no real opportunity for people to see more than one set of indicators. However, we are examining whether we can make improvements to the pedestrian indicators to further eliminate any potential confusion. Thank you.
Supplementary, Mr.
Yeah, I do, Mr. Mayor. Could you possibly send me a copy of those regulations? And the other thing I would say, if there's no problem, why is it in the last days you've covered one of the signal aspects of the St Helens Street?
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. We're always looking to make improvements. It doesn't mean that the crossing was unsafe, and I'll certainly make sure that officers send you the relevant paperwork or detail that you require.
Next question is from Penny Debrew to Councillor Holmes. Land adjacent to the Seven Stars car park.
My Mary Poppins bag, I have to Somewhere there's a question.
Don't stand.
I've got the umbrella.
Yeah, there's the umbrella. That's done.
No, that's my name. I think it's been lost, but anyway, I can remember it.
On that.
What is going to happen to the forlorn and empty former Seven Stars woodland? What are you going to do with it? What are the plans?
Councillor Holmes, please.
Thank you for the question. Good news, the area is to be landscaped. This will involve tree planting along King Street and Quaker Way, shrub planting along the adjacent car park frontages and the remaining area grassed. There will also be sections of grassed area that will be planted with bulbs to further enhance the landscaping work. A path has also been constructed across the area from King Street to Quaker Way to allow pedestrians easy access. In short, the area is going to be transformed to complement the major improvements being made to Derby's transport infrastructure. Thank you.
Supplementary, please.
Could the members of the public have a view of your plans before they're implemented, please?
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you. Well, they already have. They're part of the Connecting Derby planning application.
Well, it's pretty ropey.
Next question is from Simon Bacon to Councillor Poulter, waste contract.
Good evening, Councillor Poulter. The new controversial waste contract agreed between Derby City Council and Derbyshire County Council and RRS led to an agreement where the council paid 90% of the appeal costs related to a planning application and environmental permit application above the appeal contingency fund. Obviously, we now know that that was a waste of money because we won and you lost. We now learn that the appeal contingency fund was in fact £0 and 0 pence. It also includes a compensation package for the developer if planning fails, and an agreement with the City Council to pay £25 million towards the construction, along with fines for failing to provide enough waste. How does this contract prove good value for the public of Derby, who appear to be shouldering a high percentage of the costs and risks involved, while the developer appears to have a no-win, no-fee agreement with the council?
Councillor Poulter, please.
Evening, Simon. Thank you for the question. I suspect some of the question and some of the answers might be redundant now, one way or another. But I'm going to it gives me the opportunity to answer the question and to clarify the situation in respect to the contract with Resource Recovery Solutions. To do this, I'll go through the points you raise in order, but firstly, I should point out that the Council has always along the way undertaken a rigorous and comprehensive evaluation to ensure that waste is dealt with in the most sustainable manner possible. Firstly, the agreement to pay 90% of the appeal costs. That's 90% of the appeal costs shared between the City and the County Council, our partners in this contract. This is a perfectly normal practice, Simon. This is in line with the central government guidelines for best value. It achieves best value because any amount in the appeal contingency above zero would have been recovered by the contractor as an overhead throughout the life of the contract, whether it was used or not. Therefore, if the appeal contingency had set higher, it was set higher, and if the planning application had been approved by the Planning and Control Committee, the Council would have been paying for nothing in effect. So it's normal standard practice according to guidelines from central government. Secondly, the compensation on termination for planning failure. As I suspect you're aware, Simon, this is covered in one of the conditional clauses in the contract that is not enforceable until the contract reaches financial close. At present, the compensation will be nothing, zero, because as you may or may not be aware, this contract has not gone to financial close in respect of this what was a potential plan to deal with our residual waste. Your third point was in respect to paying £25 million towards construction costs. the council can borrow money at cheaper rate of interest than the contractor, and therefore the councils will pay less overall, or would have paid less in overall, on the contract than the contractor had he borrowed all the capital funds required for the project. Clearly this money's not been committed, we've not gone to financial close, it's not been spent, and it wouldn't have been spent until much later on in the contract anyway. Your fourth point was in respect of failing to provide enough waste. The councils between us have projected that the quantities of municipal waste that will be generated across Derby and Derbyshire in future, allowing for both the predicted increases in housing across the county, the waste reduction and the targeted increases in, turn the page, in the recycling composting rate as set out in the Derbyshire Joint Municipal Waste Management Strategy. It would have been extremely unlikely that less than the minimum residual waste would have been produced. The design of the waste treatment facility was extremely flexible, and although designed to divert 180,000 tonnes a year, could have taken a minimum of 149. If in the remote possibility that the waste levels fall to levels where the plant was not fully utilised by waste simply from the council, the contractor would have had the opportunity to take in waste from third parties.
Supplementary, Mr. Beckham, please.
Yeah, supplementary. Do you have evidence of a similar contractual agreements from similar waste contracts in the UK that you can provide me with, please? You can email them to me if you don't have access to them directly tonight.
Mr. Poulter, Councillor Poulter.
Simon, I don't have them. If the officers have them and they're available, yes, I will email them to you. But we'll certainly be able to get you the guidelines in respect to best value in terms of the paying for the appeal.
Next question is from Colin Underhill to Council Holmes, connecting Derby Road layout.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. The new connecting Derby Road layout is complete along Burton Road, but is now a danger zone. Is there a plan to introduce pedestrian crossings on the stretch of road between Mount Street and Lime Avenue?
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr. Underhill. Yes, it's planned to make alterations to the footway near Gerrard Street to allow pedestrians to see past parked cars. We're also constructing a new pedestrian refuge to help assist crossing the road at this point. Thank you.
Supplementary?
No, fine.
Thank you. Next question is from, that's the final question, from Pat Woolley to Councillor Jennings, Council House Planning Application.
Councillor Jennings, could you tell me please why the council house is being vacated before there has been a planning decision made on the extensive alteration and refurbishment?
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Woolley. The planning application for the redevelopment of the council house is on the agenda for the next planning control meeting on the 18th of November, where I anticipate that a decision will be made. In addition, however, a decision could be made at the following Planning Control Committee meeting on the 16th of December, which is also before the formal closure of the council house. As with any large-scale movement of staff and equipment, measures must be in place to ensure minimum disruption to services, and this is why the council has decided to put those plans into action in advance of any formal planning permission. The decant of the Heritage Gate facilities is ongoing, independent of the formal planning process.
Supplementary, please.
What will happen if English Heritage make a decision that is not favourable with the council?
Councillor Jennings.
Well, I thank you for raising that as a supplementary, because it does allow me to perhaps clear the air on that subject. It was probably too late for any other councillors to submit a question on that topic, and there's a lot of speculation going around. The English Heritage were invited by this authority after informal discussions with them indicated that they would not, at any time in the future, be potentially listing the council house. We asked them, as a responsible authority, if there was anything that they could do to give us some confidence that they would not be listing the building, and they have said yes, that they can issue us an immunity certificate which will guarantee us that they will not be looking to list the council house for at least the next 5 years. So at the moment there is no possibility in my mind that English Heritage will be listing the council house. Okay.
That concludes the public question time. Item 7 is to receive any written questions about the business of functions of Derbyshire Police Authority, Derbyshire Fire Authority and Derby Homes Limited, and the answers to those questions. None have been received. Item 8 is to receive any written questions from non-council cabinet members to members of the council cabinet and the answers to these questions. First question is from Councillor Repton to Councillor Jennings to protection of assets. Councillor Repton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does the Leader of the Council recognise that an important duty it has as custodians is to protect the assets inherited from previous generations?
Okay, Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Councillor Repton. I could give you the written response that's here, but I'm sure you'll get it printed, so I'll just say yes.
Supplementary, Councillor Repton, please.
If that is the case, then how is it that this council, as you put it, has ambitiously closed the Industrial Museum, failed to restore and repair the much loved and used Cafe Terrace in Darley Park in my own ward, failed to protect the 13 of the school's kitchens? This is a supplementary question.
Yeah, please.
Yes, I said why. Why is a question. If I can finish the question.
Councillor Jennings.
No, I haven't finished the question, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
I told you that I need your supplementary question. If you're making 3-4 different statements, okay, right. I need to your question.
Does the Leader of a council agree with me?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. If somebody says why it is, that is the question. Now, could we ask the monitor officer to clarify? If somebody said, why is this, that is a question.
Supplementary question must follow the question asked in the first place. That's what clear in the CP. Supplementary, please.
If the Leader of the Council is saying yes to the first question, I'd like then, therefore, to ask him, if this is the case, why have they ambitiously closed the Industrial Museum, failed to restore and repair the much-loved and used Cafe Terrace in Darley Park in my own ward, failed to reopen the 13 school kitchens? In the 1980s, the Conservative group sold the family silver, disposing of numerous council-owned assets.
Is this a supplementary?
They are now
is this a supplementary now? Is this a supplementary? Can I ask you to just come back to your supplementary, please?
Leader of the Council agree with me.
Supplementary,
Thank you for your very unhelpful response, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Repton is a disgrace, quite frankly. He acts as though...
Some order, please. Some order, please.
He acts as though the Labour group have never been in control of this administration. In response directly to your queries, Councillor Repton, plans are in place to repair Darley Terrace. I am at the moment awaiting detail of costings and methodology. Once I have the detail, Councillor Repton, you will be consulted. I don't really need to address the other two issues as they've already been responded to in earlier statements. Thank you.
Next question from Councillor Repton to Councillor Poulter, refuse collection. Councillor Repton, please.
Let's just hope that asking important questions on the people of Derby is no longer regarded as disgraceful in this council chamber, Mr. Mayor. With your permission, I will now continue, and hopefully I won't be interrupted this time. Does the Cabinet member recognise that there is a problem in many parts of Derby with bins being left on pavements? If so, what action is planned to deal with this?
Councillor Poulter.
Good evening, Councillor Repton. Thank you for your question. As we all know, there are problems with wheel bins being left on the street all week in a certain number of streets across the city. Street Pride staff are actively working with neighbourhood teams and with other partners such as Derbyshire Fire and Rescue to target streets where wheel bins are left out all week and there are problems. Bins left on the street present problems in only a few streets across the city, but it tends to be concentrated on terrace streets in the areas. Campaigns that have been carried out and have demonstrated a degree of success, with householders complying with advice given and taking them off the streets on non-collection days. However, in areas where there is a high turnover of tenure of property, we have found that these messages need to be refreshed on a regular basis. Promotional materials in the form of leaflets and stickers and letters have been produced, and these have been distributed to a number of affected streets. Additionally, refuse collection inspectors discuss with occupiers and with householders what access problems they may have, and they are then able to advise. In some cases, refuse collection inspectors also need to generally advise occupiers and householders how to make best use of their refuse collection and street cleaning service. Given the scale of the problem and the current financial situation, taking enforcement action against those who leave their wheel bins on the streets has been difficult. The situation is being reviewed in the light of the forthcoming neighbourhood's budget round for 11-12.
Supplementary, Councillor Upton, please.
Thank you for that. It was okay as far as it goes. But what I'd like to now ask the Cabinet Member, if existing regulations that we have are not sufficient, shouldn't he agree with myself and the Fire Brigade that a bylaw may be necessary to be introduced due to the very serious and real risks posed to the elderly, to the infirm, to those in wheelchairs and pushchairs, and also because of the problems that there have been in terms of them being used as fire bombs and burning out houses. We've certainly seen the Fire Brigade take action. Isn't it now time that the Council took action?
Councillor Poulter.
Councillor Repton, no, I don't agree. I think the problem here is the difficulty in enforcing the current regulations that we have. I think the regulations are there to be enforced, and accordingly, I'm in the process of developing a dedicated enforcement capacity within Street Pride to further address these issues in a more effective manner.
Councillor Repton, your third question to Councillor Williams, Child Development.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Does the Cabinet Member recognise the importance of play in the development of children?
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Repton. Yes, absolutely.
If that is the case, I would like to ask the Cabinet Member, why did this Council cancel an £80,000 planned refurbishment of play equipment on Darley Park in my ward, and other proposed play equipment and refurbishment throughout the city? Doesn't this case cast serious doubt on the validity of our first response?
Councillor Williams.
No, it doesn't, because it wasn't this council that cancelled that. And what saddens me is that Councillor Repton has not, in the last 26 weeks, come to see any member of this Cabinet to try and lobby us, knowing full well that we are going through the budget process, Mr. Mayor, to try and get extra funds put towards Darley that were withdrawn due to the Play Finders funds being withdrawn by the government. However, luckily for Darley Ward, they do have a Conservative councillor who has been lobbying us. She has written to us, she has emailed us, she has spoken with us, she has lobbied us regularly to see what we can do for that. And as such, throughout the process, we have managed to find £15,000, which we will be allocating towards Darley to upgrade their existing play equipment. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Next question from Councillor Ackwell to Councillor Grimendale. Update on the leather strategy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Grimendale. Can you give me and the residents of Derby an update on the leisure strategy? The Liberal Democrat-led council launched this before Christmas 2010, and we are concerned, along with other residents, about the lack of progress being made.
Councillor Grimendale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Atwell. The leisure strategy is on track, and by the end of November, the Leisure Strategy Project Board will receive a detailed report on the shortlisted sites. The report will inform the way in which the Council will select the preferred sites for the hubs and the way in which it will procure the new leisure facilities. At the same time, sport and leisure officers have been working with the national governing bodies of sport to discuss how national plans for sport can support the leisure facility strategy and the city's plans for sport, recreation and health. Officers and members of the project board have used this period to visit new leisure facility developments to ensure best practice is identified in terms of design and management. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Supplementary, Councillor Atwell?
No, thank you.
Next question is from Councillor Whitby to Councillor Grimmadale. Astrof pitch at former Mackworth College site.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the Cabinet member update me on the latest situation regarding relaying the AstroTurf pitch at the former Mackworth College site? And can I have an assurance that this relaying of the pitch will be signed off before the end of the current financial year?
Councillor Grimmadale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Whitby. As part of the usage agreement the Council are required to direct any surplus income into a sinking fund that can be used to fund new equipment, sport development initiatives or replacement of the synthetic surface. The College are also, under the terms of the agreement, required to do the same. At present, the Council currently has £65,250 in the sinking fund that can be released as part of a joint contribution with the College. The synthetic pitch is owned by the College, and therefore any future proposals for its replacement will need to be led by the College with a £65,250 contribution from the Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Supplementary, Councillor Whitby.
Yeah, thank you. Does the Cabinet member agree that the all-weather pitch at the Prince Charles Avenue site is a great resource, not only for the people of Mackworth, but for the people throughout the city, and we can't afford to lose another sporting facility in Derby's northwest?
Councillor Grimmadale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that all sporting facilities are vital to the people of Derby. Thank you very much.
To Councillor Marshall, update on Council's financial position. Councillor Rawson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Could the Cabinet member give an update on the Council's financial position for 2011-12 in light of the vicious cuts being imposed by the Conservative Lib Dem government?
Councillor Marshall.
Thank you, Councillor Rawson, for the question. As has already been reported to Council Cabinet, Derby City Council has estimated that it needs to find savings of over £30 million for 2011-2012. This figure will be clarified when the local government settlement is announced, which is expected to take place in December. The leadership is looking at a range of options to bridge this gap. As you'll appreciate, this is no easy task, given the unprecedented size of the cuts and the short timescale available in which to identify them. As the members will be aware, staff have been offered the opportunity of voluntary redundancy or voluntary early retirement. In addition, a further review of second, third and fourth tier posts is underway. Directors have also been asked to look at what service savings can be made. As a result of this, and cuts in government grants, compulsory redundancies will also occur. In addition, we will be looking at income from fees and charges and spending on grants to outside bodies. All these issues are subject to review at a series of Star Chamber meetings currently underway, and following this, more detailed proposals will emerge. I am sorry not to be able to provide further detail at this stage, because it is very important that options are thoroughly analysed and reviewed before putting them before Council, Union and employees. Okay.
Supplementary, Councillor Rawson, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to know what the Conservative group's vision for Derby is. If you have one, how can this ambition be achieved when your own government is starving the city of resources?
Councillor Marshall, please.
If you take your time to read our manifesto, you'll be able to see it, and I do believe we've actually achieved about 60-70% of that already. So, sorry, I'm mistaken. We've already achieved 90% of our manifesto pledges.
Next question again from Councillor Rawson to Councillor Jennings, potential listing of the Council House. Councillor Rawson.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. How will the transformation strategy be affected if the Council House is listed by English Heritage? And have the reported 25% additional costs been budgeted for at a time when the council services are being slashed and employees are losing their jobs?
Councillor Jennings.
Well, thank you for the question, but I think I've answered that earlier. However, I will say it again, because we seem to get mixed messages sometimes out of this chamber. Let me firstly state that we have had no indication from English Heritage that they are considering listing the building. So there is no effect on the transformation strategy. There will be no extra costs, and we have not had to put any extra money away. The position is that the planning application for the Council House works is to be considered at this Thursday's Planning Control Committee meeting with a recommendation for approval. English Heritage have been consulted throughout the planning process and are fully aware of the proposals. During the consultation period, they asked for some additional information that our architects provided, and we consider we have fully responded to English Heritage's comments. Indeed, on the visit that they came to here on last Friday, they were very impressed, for example, with the entranceway and the stairs and the mayoral suite, but they are also very impressed with our plans to preserve them in the new building. Conservation Area Advisory Committee have also been consulted on 2 occasions, and again our architects have responded to their comments. On the advice of English Heritage and our planning officers, we applied for a certificate of immunity from listing, and as I've said, last Friday afternoon 2 representatives from English Heritage visited the Council House in response to the application and was shown around the building by our architect, Mike Lampard, and Gethin Davis, the project manager. Our proposals for the Council House were discussed and did not receive any adverse comments from the English Heritage representatives, although they did say it would be a couple of months before we received a formal response to our application. The project has an identified budget, and it is anticipated that when tenders are received, they will be contained within that budget. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor Rawson, please.
Yes, thank you. Well, we'll see what English Heritage come up with, and I remain to be convinced about that. But what guarantees and penalties have you negotiated with the developer to ensure that the project is delivered on time and on budget?
Councillor Jennings.
Nothing as yet, because we haven't gone out to tender for the internal refurbishment, but you can be assured that we will be ensuring that we get the very best deal for this authority that we can, that local tradesmen will be used for the refurbishment as far as possible, that we will ensure that there are time penalties for delivering the scheme on time and within budget.
Next question from Councillor Rawson to Councillor Jennings, proposals on outsourcing services. Councillor Rawson.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that, and this group will be holding you to account on those pledges that you've given tonight. As part of your transformation strategy, what are the Council's proposals for outsourcing of services over the next 2 years?
Councillor Jennings.
Again, thank you for the question, and you might have heard from an earlier response from Councillor Poulter to one of the public questions, an indication of the sorts of things that we are looking at. The One Derby One Council transformation programme, which was approved by the One Derby One Council Strategic Board on the 14th of July this year, provides the business case for all transformation projects or work streams. The Council is committed to delivering significant efficiency savings across all Council services over the next 4 years, and as such recognises that some of these potential efficiencies may be realised through outsourcing services which are currently provided internally to a third party if they can be provided at a lower cost. And indeed, the example given earlier by Councillor Poulter was the waste collection, trade waste and refuse collection service, where it was identified that if we outsource that to the private sector, there would be potentially a £500,000 savings to be made. Well, actually, when we've discussed this with our employees and the unions, they realised with the officers that there was a better, more efficient way of collecting our waste, and that they could save the £500,000 and therefore didn't want to be privatised. And in fact, they were balloted on that option, and I think the response came back 96–97% of the workforce wanted to achieve that saving and didn't want to be privatised. Because we have made that saving, because we are forecasting that we will make that saving by transforming that service, there will be no need, therefore, to outsource that service to the private sector, because there would be no benefit in doing so. In support of this strategy, the Council has adopted a strategic procurement approach to boost the Council's capability to capture significant and sustainable savings and service improvements. The approach includes a detailed analysis of current spend, identification of opportunities to stretch and add value to current spend, a challenge to current service delivery models, and exploration of procurement alternatives. Areas of service originally considered include the internal provision of waste, cleaning, grounds maintenance and repair and maintenance. Members will consider the findings of the opportunities and debate the benefits and risks before making a decision about how to progress these opportunities for procurement savings over the next 2 to 3 years.
Supplementary, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The banks are being given a corporation tax cut of £1 billion by the Condem government. Why is your government making public sector workers, the poorest and most vulnerable in society, pay for the mistakes of the banks?
Councillor Jennings.
Perhaps you'd like to ask your MP.
Next question is from Councillor Jackson to Councillor Grimmadale, Library Service in Littleover. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask for an answer to my question, please? I was asking the Leader of the Council, not the MP.
Councillor Jackson, please. Councillor Jackson, please, to Councillor Grimmadale, Library Service in Littleover. Councillor Jackson, please.
To Councillor Grimmadale.
I hope you get an answer, Barbara.
Well, see, I haven't even got through the question yet. Don't hold your breath. At the special council meeting on the 29th of July, the leader of the council said, and I quote, "The building of a new library in Littleover remains in the capital budget and will be progressed. In view of the further deep cuts to council budgets, and bearing in mind that 3 of the city's libraries are only open for 27 hours a week due to budget pressures, does the Conservative administration still intend to build a second library in Littleover, which is already more than adequately served by the one on Blaygreaves Lane?" Excuse me.
Councillor Grimmadale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Jackson. I'll answer your question. The 3 new libraries to which Councillor Jackson refers, Allington, Chellaston and Mackworth, are all thriving. Each makes a very positive contribution to the life of its community and demonstrates the value of high-quality local provision. A library in the Littleover district centre would make a similar contribution and be welcomed by many people in the area, particularly those for whom the Blaygreaves Lane Library is not easily accessible. With this in mind, officers are looking at a possible site for a library in Littleover, and the feasibility of this will be progressed further when circumstances permit. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you. The figure quoted for the new library is, I gather, £100,000. Littleover is, of course, a Liberal Democrat ward. Is this the price of the bribe to the Liberal Democrats to vote you into power?
Councillor Grimmadale.
A nice question, Barbara. It was regarding the Littleover Library. There's no capital allocation for a Littleover Library on the current capital programme for 11-12. Thank you.
Next question is from Councillor Nater to Councillor Grimendale, Ice Rink. Councillor Nater, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On a lighter note, good evening, Councillor Grimendale. Across the city, residents have been asking me that we've had an ice ring in the past, and basically, you know, people have enjoyed it. Could you let me know what have you done to secure one for this year, please?
Councillor Grimendale.
Thank you, Joe. Good evening to you. I'm pleased to confirm that a ring will be operating in the marketplace from Wednesday, the 8th of December, until Thursday, the 6th of January, this Christmas period. The ring, which has a capacity of 100 skaters at a time, will operate 7 days a week from between 12 noon and 8 o'clock in the evening. There will also be food on offer and other attractions around the ring. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor Nater.
Yes, please. That's great news, and thank you very much. I know how much people used it last year. Can you just confirm that the ring that we had last year, it was a wet water-based one? Have we got the dry iced-based one this time? It makes a huge difference, because if you fall, you get your bottom wet.
Councillor Grimendale.
We have an eco-friendly ring this year, and we look forward to you, Joe, to being the first person to skate upon it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Nater, your question to Councillor Grimendale on the sports centre provision in Mackworth. Councillor Nater.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Grimendale, as part of the sports strategy, Mackworth Sports Centre was going to be one of the hubs that supported that part of the city. It specialises and supports people with disabilities as well as the general public. Can you tell the residents what plans are in place to replace this vital service?
Councillor Grimendale.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good evening again, Joe. The Council has already undertaken a comprehensive assessment of potential sites for the hub facilities, and these have been scored against technical, social and environmental criteria. The college site was assessed and scored against this criteria. However, it did not score high enough to be shortlisted for further feasibility work to be undertaken. The final report on the shortlisted sites will be produced at the end of November. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Supplementary.
Thank you, Councillor Grimendale. I don't think that's good enough because, you know, what we have a vital sort of space there that I know people go in there and use. Also, a lot of people, specialist training being delivered by the manager there, ex-Derby County player Steve Powell. Also, I'd like to say that, you know, what are
your
you
supplementary,
going to do?
Councillor Nater, please. Supplementary, please.
What are you going to do to replace this provision in Mackworth?
Councillor Grimendale.
As I said, it's been democratically assessed and scored against the criteria. However, it did not score high enough to be shortlisted for further feasibility work to be undertaken. Thank you.
Next question again from Councillor Nater, this time to Councillor Poulter, Street Pride. Councillor Nater.
Good evening, Councillor Poulter. This is actually, you know, a good sort of report on what Street Pride's been up to. At the launch event briefing, though, I raised concerns about the volumes of call centres, the calls that the call centres would be receiving, and the automated signposting service was going to be a problem for older residents of the city. Sadly, I have been proven right. Street Pride, in my views, is a great success. But what are you going to do to solve the problems of automated messages that residents have faced day in, day out, and the delays with answering the phones? Thank you.
Councillor Poulter.
Evening, Joe. I'm glad to turn this way. I think there's my better side on the picture this side. Joe, I agree with you. We don't want anything to get in the way of the success of Street Pride, and I agree with you, as most people would do, that automatic services are not for everyone, and ideally it would be great if we could have someone personally to deal with every contact. But unfortunately, that does not stack up. Our council policy, driven by the One Derby One programme, is to develop customer self-service options so that where we can, we manage our customers' contacts in a straightforward, standardised and consistent way, which is accurate, comprehensive and informed when we do so. This ensures that interactions with customers are managed by the right people, which offers the best value for both the customer and the council. Street Pride was one of the early pilots of this approach, and it's worked extremely well, with more and more customers choosing to deal with us in an automated way. And if you bear with me, I'll just give you a few highlights of the improvements that have come about. 58% of customer contact is now managed by automation. Customer contacts has risen by 47%. Calls to our customer service advisors have risen by 29%. Emails have risen by 190%. We answered 99% of calls last month compared to 88% in October 2009. Waiting times has dropped from an average of 12 seconds dropped to 12 seconds compared to 1 minute and 12 seconds in October 2009. Customer feedback between May and August, 91% of customers were satisfied or very satisfied with contacting Street Pride, and 87% of customers were satisfied or very satisfied with the service they received. So you're quite right to say that Street Pride is hitting its targets. It's doing a great job. But as a pilot, we've learned from this experience, and we've revised the self-service options that have been developed, and we've produced them that are shorter and easier to use. These are currently being tested and will be in place early in the new year when the new telephony system is implemented.
Supplementary, Mr.
Thank you, Councillor Poulter. I did start off by saying that this wasn't a criticism. I'd like to congratulate the Street Pride staff on their achievement so far. But what your statistics are telling me here, quite simply, that there is a problem in terms of having the telephone system, against the email system. Why is your email system, I know you may not be able to answer this, why is your email system getting a better response than your telephone response times?
Councillor Poulter.
Joe, I would suggest that it's because things are being made easier. The contact numbers, the emails and the phone numbers have been advertised, well advertised, and we're working towards the best we can on the service.
Councillor Bolton to Councillor Jennings, assessment of school kitchens. Councillor Bolton, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are the Council prepared to send independent health and safety assessors in to inspect school kitchens to reassure head teachers and staff that the closures were done in response to real concerns and not to make way for outsourcing?
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Bolton. On Monday the 7th of November, as a result of gas safety concerns, the Council took the decision to close a number of school kitchens with immediate effect, pending completion of further inspection work. This decision was taken as a precautionary measure following the discovery of problems with gas appliances in a higher than anticipated number of schools which had been the subject of gas safety inspections. This decision is not linked to the Council's decision to restructure the school meal service. Concerns were raised as a result of a survey process, and the Council has acted promptly to ensure the safety of pupils and staff. Any problem with a gas appliance is a health and safety issue, and one which the Council takes seriously, and I would hope that the Labour Group would too. The gas safe inspections were indeed undertaken by an independent company, and the results have confirmed that this was the right course of action.
Supplementary, Councillor Bolton, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Of course, as a school governor myself, and I'm sure I can speak for the whole Labour group, we are concerned for the children's safety when they attend our schools. That's not the argument here. What I am concerned about is that the head teachers that I've spoken to recently, and I am doing several school visits a week, the head teachers are concerned that they are probably, hopefully not, going to be sacking their midday supervisors and all the kitchen staff because you, the Conservative Liberal Democratic Coalition Council, are going to be outsourcing. So can I have a reassurance from the leader that you are not planning to outsource?
Councillor Jennings.
No, Councillor Bolton, we are going to outsource the delivery of school meals. That is a decision that has been made. The unfortunate issue that you raise of head teachers and teachers in general, and maybe parents and governors of schools, trying to link these two issues together is a matter of unfortunate timing. I think it's very important that we clarify that there were real gas safety concerns at the schools, which is the only reason that we had to close them, and also that has been proven by the fact that tomorrow the first 6 of those schools will be reopening, followed by a programme of reopening of other school kitchens as quickly as we can make them safe. So thank you for the question.
Councillor Bolton to Councillor Grimmadale, Chaddesden Library. Councillor Bolton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can the members share with the whole council the total cost of keeping Chaddesden Library open to the public for the last 2 years? What repairs have been done and at what cost?
Councillor Grimmadale.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Bolton. Since the 1st of April 2008, the Property Services Database records 124 jobs relating to Chaddesden Library at a total cost of £25,707. Broken down as follows: 2008-9, 40 jobs costing £4,090. 2009-10, 52 jobs costing £13,544. April the 1st, 2010 to date, 32 jobs costing £8,073. A range of jobs have been requested and completed. Some are routine, such as testing the fire alarm and servicing the CCTV system. Some are making good damage caused by vandalism, mostly repairing broken windows. Some are for repairs to the deteriorating fabric of the building, such as repairing roof leaks and replacing decaying timber cladding. I've got a complete list. It's taken me about 4 or 5 days to complete this, but I've got a complete list which I can read out to you, Councillor Bolton, but seeing that public questions took 2 hours, I'd rather just give you the list, if that's okay. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor Bolton, please.
In that case, has that not proved that the previous Labour administration, when they ring-fenced this money for the library, it would have been prudent to get on with the job and not dilly-dally and spend thousands of pounds that Alan Grimmadale has just read out to this council on building a new library in Chaddesden? I have come across an officer report regarding the Neighbourhood Directorate, Appendix 2A, where it lists the schemes in the Neighbourhood Directorate. And it says Chaddesden Park Library, Chaddesden Ward. Is the funding ring-fenced? And it says no. Can you assure me and the other residents of Chaddesden, Mr Grimmadale, that this ring-fenced money is secure? Because it clearly says here in this officer report it isn't ring-fenced, and that's slightly alarming.
Councillor Grimmadale.
Well, Councillor Bolton, I'd like to see a copy of that report, and probably we could meet and you could pass that over to me. As far as I'm concerned, that is definitely ring-fenced. The money is ring-fenced, and no one has told me anything different to that. I'd like to also take this opportunity of sharing with the Council, the whole Council, a survey that was taken recently reflecting the Chaddesden ward. One of the questions asked of the users was, what do you think of this library's opening hours? And 91% of the users of Chaddesden Library, 91% said very good or good. Users were also asked, what do you think of customer care at the existing Chaddesden Library? And good or very good.
With respect, Mr Mayor, I didn't ask for these answers.
I know,
He's going way off the point.
I'm just adding it in, a little bit of information for you. I'm delighted, Mr Mayor, that Councillor Bolton continues to demonstrate her enthusiasm and support for the erection of the new Chaddesden Library. Thank you.
Next question from Councillor Bolton to Councillor Williams. Works to Children's Centre buildings. Councillor Bolton, please.
Can the Cabinet Member tell me when the outstanding promised works to our Children's Centre buildings will be done, please?
Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you. We are now in a position to confirm our revised allocation from DFE, which is a reduction and will impact on what we can now deliver. In addition, the early years capital is significantly less and we cannot move money around as we were previously advised. It has taken DFE 4 months to agree with us what our final allocation is, and that was confirmed only last week. We are considering recommendations for final works to be undertaken this week, and once this is confirmed, we will be able to move forward with any of the projects that are approved. And as soon as this is agreed, I will get the details to you personally, Councillor Bolton.
Supplementary, Councillor Bolton, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You'll recall on Wednesday, July the 7th, I asked Yvonne a question about the government cuts, and the question that I asked that evening was about children's centre buildings, and she assured me that there would be no cutbacks. But I'm afraid the works at Pear Tree Children's Centre have not been done over the summer holidays. The works at Audley Drive Children's Centre has not been done over the summer holidays. So it's because of this coalition council that the vulnerable children, parents and carers who use those children's centres in those parts of the ward have been let down by you, the council. Can the Cabinet member assure me that these outstanding works at Pear Tree Children's Centre and Audley Drive Children's Centre will be done as soon as possible, please?
Councillor Williams.
As I've said, once we have taken consideration for the recommendations with the money that we've got and confirmed any projects that can be approved, I will get these details to you.
Next question from Councillor F. Winter to Councillor Jennings, kitchen at Ravensdale Junior School.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Jennings. Ravensdale Junior School in Micklover were informed only 2 days before the summer break this year that their school kitchen was to be closed. 5 months later, having had 3 independent checks to gas appliances, they still remain closed. Can the Cabinet member tell me why this issue has taken so long to be resolved?
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the question, Councillor Winter. The initial survey at Ravensdale School was undertaken on behalf of the City Council by a services design consultant to identify what issues were present around the appliances and the ventilation system. This survey was a non-intrusive visual inspection, and no tests were undertaken. This identified the equipment and ventilation to be in poor condition and not meeting current standards. The second visit was by a gas-safe registered contractor to undertake tests to verify the findings of the non-intrusive inspection. This visit identified a gas leak, high CO2 levels and repairs required to the equipment. As a result, the kitchen was closed promptly to protect the safety of all school children and staff. All kitchens continue to be visited to consider options for putting solutions in place to provide meals from schools. Due to the high number of schools being inspected in a short space of time, the ones where the least amount of work is required to get them operational or part operational are being dealt with first. Unfortunately, whilst this school was the first to close, the problems are complex and not easy to resolve without significant investment. I can tell you, however, that this school in particular, Ravensdale Junior School, will probably be, at the moment, one of the 13 that will not reopen as a kitchen capable of cooking hot meals, but it will have hot meals services delivered to the school. Its counterpart school, the Ravensdale Infant School, is fortunately in a better off position and will be one of the kitchens that will be reopened as soon as possible. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor Winter, please.
What I would like to ask Councillor Jennings, as the Chair of the Scrutiny and Young People's Commission, we have lots of questions to ask on these issues. So I therefore would like to invite you to our next meeting, which takes place on the 15th of December. So would you please make a note in your diary, sir?
Councillor Jennings.
Absolutely.
Next question is from Councillor Shanker to Councillor Ingle, housing benefit changes. Councillor Shanker, please.
Councillor Ingle. Following recent housing benefit changes announced by the demolition government, can you tell me what impact this will have on tenants in Derby who rely on these benefits?
Councillor Ingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From April 2011, local housing allowance rates will be capped. No Derby tenants are affected by this change.
Supplementary, Councillor Shanker, please.
Does the Cabinet Member agree with my concerns and those of the National Housing Federation that these cuts will affect people across Derby and across the country, working and unemployed, young and old, disabled people and those with children? And what are you going to do about it?
Councillor Ingalls.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I can't stand at the moment, Mr Mayor. I have some problems. Yeah, well, you know, I agree with some of the things you've said. I just think that it's wrong that people who are unemployed could be better off than people who are midpoint working families. So, anyway, if you want to meet and discuss these things, we can do, Councillor Shanker.
Next question is from Councillor Shanker to Councillor Ingle, Derby Homes Cash Office. Councillor Shanker, please.
I'll try again and see if I get an answer this time. Does the Cabinet Member agree that the removal of the 2 remaining Derby Homes cash officers is another horrendous and ill-thought step?
Councillor Ingalls.
No.
Supplementary, Councillor Shanker.
Such contempt, but I'm sure the Liberals will claim they've sorted this in a future focus. How does he then propose that residents who rely on these officers, who live on very tight budgets, and those who do not have ready access to bank accounts for one reason or another, how will they pay their housing charges in the future?
Councillor Ingle, please.
With oranges.
They just love emotion without the benefit of intellect. I think, if you don't mind me saying, I think that the people that you refer to could pay at the other 74 places which are open longer than the cash office in the 2 wards. So I don't really think there's going to be a big problem. We're going from 76 to 74, and those 74 places which can be paid in cash are open for considerably longer than the cash office. I don't think Councillor Shanker realises that just the cash element is closing, not the office itself. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Elwinter to Councillor Holmes. Seat belts in taxis and buses.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can you tell me, in view of the current legislation regarding restraint of children in vehicles, can you tell me why Derby City Council allows children to travel without seat belts in both taxis and buses?
Thank you, Councillor Winter. The law covering the fitting of seatbelts is contained within Road Vehicles Construction and Use Regulations. The regulations require that taxis have seatbelts fitted to all forward-facing seats. However, in Hackney carriages, if occupancy of the taxi requires the use of the pull-down rear-facing seats, then belts aren't required. There are no requirements for buses to have seat belts, although coaches and minibuses must have them fitted. All transport arranged by the Council at the request of schools complies with the necessary legalisation. We arrange transport for 44 schools, and there are just over 100 schools in the city at a cost of around £60,000. Buses are used to take school children to swimming lessons at either Moorways or Queen Street, for example, travelling relatively small distances within the city and mainly on 30-mile-an-hour roads. Any school that wishes to do so can opt out of this arrangement and hire a coach with seatbelts fitted. That remains an option for each individual school to decide upon. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor Winter, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Holmes. I would ask you, though, whether you think that this is good practice, whether it's legal or not.
Councillor Holmes.
No, I think I've answered the question. The council is obviously following all the regulation that it is required to do. I've actually read comments made by Margaret Beckett MP actually in the Telegraph today on this issue, and I'd just like to offer a reply. I mean, I've looked into this issue in some detail, and I'm confident that the council is adhering to the relevant regulations, and again specifically to the Road Vehicles Construction and Use 2001 that took effect in October the 1st, 2001. And I'm more than happy to clarify the facts as the Council sees them to Margaret Beckett or yourself or anybody else if needed or requested. Thank you.
Next question is from Councillor Bayliss to Councillor Jennings, school meal provision. Councillor Bayliss, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Good evening, Councillor Jennings. Could I forego asking question number 20 and move on to my second question, because I think Councillor Jennings has answered questions tonight on school meals and convinced no one, so we'll move on, shall we? Would the Leader of the Council like to withdraw his unwanted and ill-thought-out intervention into the redevelopment of the Allenton Market and the construction of the proposed Tesco store in Ulverston Ward, something that has widespread support from the market traders, local residents and the local ward councillors?
Okay, Councillor Jennings.
No.
Supplementary, Councillor Bayliss, please.
Well, what a surprise. Is it not true that the consultation is Tory code for cuts in services, and why are you so content to sell the market traders, the residents down the river, and seem so keen to axe this market?
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Councillor Basis, for your informed approach to this debate. Within my group, we actually have the President of the National Association of British Markets Authority for the United Kingdom. I myself have been a member of NABMAR. I've also been a member of the National Market Traders Federation. I am a previous market trader. I think there is far more experience within my group than your group on the issues that currently face the city about markets, and indeed markets nationally. So if you ask me if I want to withdraw my interest in the development of a new market in Allenton, the answer is no. I do believe that Allenton should have a market. What I want to do is make sure that that market is exactly right for the city, right for the residents of Allenton and right for the market traders.
Next question from Councillor Turner to Councillor Poulter, Environment Agency. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Poulter, do you agree with me that the Environment Agency have not been thorough enough when it issued a permit to operate for the Sinfin Lane incinerator?
Councillor Poulter.
Good evening, Councillor Turner. Again, we seem to be into what potentially is a redundant question at the moment, but it appears to me that the Environment Agency has been thorough in their assessment of this permit award.
Councillor Turner, can you switch your mic off, please?
The application was in fact made in May 2009. They have taken 18 months consulting and assessing the application before awarding the permit. The permit that was granted was one of the strictest they have issued, with tighter limits imposed on emissions than required under the European regulations.
Supplementary, Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Following the outcome of the controversial, unnecessary and costly public inquiry, should the Cabinet member, Councillor Poulter, now reconsider his position and resign? I do not lightly request his resignation, but it is unforgivable that the public should pick up the tab that is estimated to be approximately £1 million at a time
Supplementary, Councillor Turner, please.
Deep, swinging cut to our vital public services in this city.
Councillor Poulter.
I'm surprised that Councillor Turner knows my position on this, because I've never publicly voiced it, my personal voice on this. I'm purely responsible in my cabinet post for the running of this contract with RRS. I've not expressed a personal opinion on that site. If you want one, for me, in actual fact, this has been a victory for democracy. It's gone through the due processes. It was duly applied for. It was refused by our own planning committee, and the council was represented by one of our own members in this group at that planning committee, at that planning appeal. As a result, it was refused, and that's where we are. I will work with RRS to find an alternative method of dealing with the residual waste that this city produces as a result. And no, I won't resign, because there's nothing to resign for.
Next question is from Councillor Hurd to Councillor Jennings, communication following school kitchen closes. Councillor Hurd.
Good evening, Councillor Jennings. In July this year, we've heard an awful lot about this, but in July this year, Ravensdale School had its kitchen closed and condemned. And since then, they have had 3 gas safety checks. In fact, it's been 4, and you've been through all that. During this time, both the head teacher and the chair of governors have repeatedly asked council officers for information so that they could plan for the future, but with little or no success. And finally, they resorted to using the Freedom of Information Act to find out more. And I understand also, since I've wrote this question, so have a couple more schools at least. I think members will agree that this is totally unsatisfactory for a situation to put a school in. Could you tell me what is being done to improve meaningful communications with not just Ravensdale, but all schools affected?
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Councillor Hurd. The written response to this has obviously been, some parts of it have been gone over probably quite a few times this evening, so I'll just try and pick out the bits to answer your questions in particular. But the matter of communication, I must admit, has been a bit of an issue. I think, as alluded to by the Labour group earlier in the evening, when this first kicked off, there were sort of different stories going out, and that was because of the confusion. There was a bit of confusion about where we were. There were 3 separate issues that we were trying to deal with. We were trying to deal with issues around gas safety, where we had immediate gas leaks in schools. We had historic issues around failures to fit flame failure devices into ageing equipment, and issues surrounding that. And further, we had issues around ventilation, where even if we fitted these, and if we could have fitted these, we would have had issues because legislation changes throughout the years, and we literally hadn't kept up with pace. So there were a number of issues going off. Thrown into the mix, I suppose, was the decision by Cabinet back earlier this year about outsourcing meals. And it seems to me that no matter what information we gave to schools, to head teachers and governors, that they mixed all of the issues into one and didn't believe anything that we were saying. So that drove the FOI requests, in my opinion. So I don't believe that they had to submit FOI requests to actually find out what was happening. I believe we told them what was happening. They simply didn't believe it, which is why they submitted the FOI requests. The fact is that we gave out very clear, concise information as to why it simply wasn't believed. But as a responsible authority, we had no choice. It was a safety issue. So if that addresses most, is there anything I've missed there? That's nothing to do with the written answer. I've just tried to give you that off the top of my head. Is that, okay.
Supplementary, Councillor Hurd.
Well, I suppose my supplementary would be then that the information that they received was information that they weren't given in the first place. I do have copies of that, so I'd like you to look into that, please, if you would.
Councillor Jennings.
Yes, certainly, and I just forgot to mention, Councillor, this situation was exacerbated by the department head who went on long-term sick, and we had to arrange a way of dealing with it, and thankfully the Strategic Director for Children and Young People took on the task, and since Joe became involved in the situation, it has improved immensely, and communication and dialogue between the head teachers and ourselves as an authority has improved dramatically. So there is a way forward.
Councillor Hurd to Councillor Jennings again, events leading to school kitchen closures. Councillor Hurd.
Okay, one more. When did the Council receive the report that prompted the action taken on the 8th of November to close the 28 school kitchens?
Councillor Jennings.
At the School Meals Project Technical Group meeting held on the 3rd of November, it became clear that the issue of gas safety was far more critical than we had initially been led to believe. A higher than anticipated number of schools were found to have problems with appliances, which have been the subject of gas safety inspections. Officers met with the consultants Faithful and Gould the following day to take independent advice. They confirmed that the officer view that independent gas safety checks should be urgently undertaken in all at-risk kitchens. So, putting that into context, we were led to believe there was a problem with appliances. We put out independent assessors to look at those appliances. They came back and told us that we did indeed have a problem and that it was probably larger than we expected. That report came back to officers who said, right, well then let's go back out now with gas safety inspectors. So it was, I don't want to get, again, it is a complex issue, this. A report was prepared for chief officers and late that afternoon on Friday the 5th of November, and it became clear immediately that out of the first six schools that had been inspected for gas safety, 5 were found to have gas leaks. Not
one meeting, please.
Out of the first 6 schools that had gas safety inspections, 5 of those were actually found to have not just faulty equipment, but gas leaks. Obviously, an immediate decision had to be taken to close all of the at-risk kitchens. It wasn't a decision that was taken lightly. It was taken to protect the health and safety of all of our children at school and staff. Obviously, because it was late on a Friday afternoon that the decision was made, it was 4:15 actually, I can tell you, I can prove what time I got the email. Affected schools and catering staff were notified first thing on the Monday morning because they'd already gone. As an interim measure, the school meal service provided approximately 3,300 children who take school meals with a cold lunch, whilst revised arrangements for the provision of hot meals were put in place. This has been a huge logistical exercise, and the staff involved have worked incredibly hard. Although the kitchens are still closed, by tomorrow every child will have the option of hot food, as I've said earlier, and we will in fact be reopening 6 of the kitchens and more by next week, and a rolling programme of opening as many as we can, as quickly as we can, as safely as we can. Okay.
Supplementary, Councillor Hurd, please.
Yes, Councillor Jennings. Now, you said earlier that it was a real gas safety concern, and you can't deny that the Council did act fairly quickly. But the question I have here is why were the heads not directly informed as soon as the decision was known to give them time to make appropriate arrangements by using the list of numbers that the Council must have in a major accident situation, which I believe this could have been classed as. And if there isn't such a list, why isn't there, and can that be put in place, please?
Councillor Jennings.
Absolutely, I'm not aware that there is a list. But a key holder isn't necessarily the head teacher, but we will address that issue, yes. Okay.
Next question is from Councillor Hussain to Councillor Webb, Adult Services Eligibility Criteria. Councillor Hussain, please.
Councillor Webb, many people thought, perhaps wrongly, that you were a caring and thoughtful person, and are surprised at the savage cuts you are proposing to inflict on social care from next year. Can you let this chamber know what the impact of not offering any assistance to vulnerable people in the city is going to be when you withdraw services from them by raising the eligibility criteria from moderate to substantial, bearing in mind that they have a proven inability to carry out several personal, family, social, domestic and other roles, and I'm quoting from the legislation. And these people have already been assessed as having moderate needs, so I'm just trying to clarify that. Or do you think it is someone else's responsibility to give them this vital help and not you?
Councillor Babb.
Thank you, Councillor Hussain. Most people in receipt of social care services already have some of their needs met through a range of formal and informal means, including family and friends. It is only where the provision of council services are designed to prevent a moderate risk to independence that any service change may be considered following a full public consultation. This is the position adopted by 75% of councils in this country, with most of the remainder believed to be reviewing their current position. If, following public consultation, it is decided to raise the eligibility criteria, vital help will not be withdrawn. I repeat, will not be withdrawn from vulnerable people. Existing service users will have their needs assessed, and a risk-assessed decision about future services will be taken at that stage in conjunction with their carers and families.
Supplementary, Councillor Hussain, please.
Councillor Webb, you've said vital help will not be withdrawn. Can you give me an example what type of help will be withdrawn?
Councillor Webb.
Councillor Hussain, you know the legislation as well as I do, and you have made it very clear in your question. Inability to carry out several personal, family, social, domestic and other words. We will abide by those guidelines.
Next question is from Councillor Turner to Councillor Poulter, vehicle activated signs. Councillor Turner, please.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Poulter, what locations in Sinfin Ward have you identified as sites for provision of vehicle-activated sign treatment by the Council?
Councillor Poulter.
Councillor Turner, evening again. Thank you for the question because it gives me the opportunity to highlight yet another enormously popular and successful initiative brought about by this administration. I was very pleased to announce earlier this year that the Council would fund the purchase of speed indicating signs and that the signs would be used to address speeding concerns in the neighbourhoods. I can also confirm that some neighbourhood boards, including my own, have selected to purchase their own signs and that these signs will be used exclusively in the neighbourhoods for which they were purchased. The initiative is intended to provide local response to local speeding issues, and this will be managed by the respective neighbourhood board. But all neighbourhood boards have been made aware of the availability of these signs, including Sinfin Neighbourhood Board, which I understand you chair, and considered it on the 20th of August this year. It's also my understanding that the Sinfin Neighbourhood Board have in fact elected to purchase a speed indicating sign of their own, and that they are themselves considering which locations these signs should be placed at, and this is the appropriate procedure. Given that the sign has been purchased by the Neighbourhood Board, it is for the Board to determine where the sign should be erected. Where Neighbourhood Boards choose to use the pool of signs purchased by the Council, then we are able to respond positively to all requests. In the event that the number of requests is high, we may not be able to commit to providing the sign immediately. In this situation, Cabinet agreed that I would review the requests and in consultation with the officers, the neighbourhood boards, I would set priorities. I don't envisage this occurring on a regular basis, and I would hope that we'll be able to meet all requests within a reasonable timescale. I'm sorry to have to do this, Councillor Turner, but we didn't really want to do it, but it's clear to me that your position as chair of the Neighbourhood Board is untenable, because if you don't know what procedures should be happening and what should be done in these cases, and that you've actually agreed to buy one, I'm afraid I have to call for your resignation as chair of the board.
Councillor Turner, supplement. Can I have some order, please? Councillor Turner, supplementary, please.
Well, if I might make a correction, I'm not chair of the Neighbourhood Board, but never mind.
Not such a good joke after all.
Some order, please. Some order, please. Your supplementary, please. Councillor Turner,
Well,
your supplementary.
I couldn't let that go by with such inaccuracy. What the question was about was not the replacement of the duty that the Council has to protect its citizens by instituting the best protection. In other words, relying on neighbourhood boards to spend their miserable amount of allocation on very important innovations. What the question was about what are you going to provide, basically, and you should have understood that. So, could I give an example? Given the frequency of vehicle collisions with property on Deepdale Lane, when is a vehicle-activated sign going to be installed on Ragley Way?
Councillor Poulter.
I'm sorry, Councillor Turner, I'm afraid I couldn't make it any more clear. It's for the Neighbourhood Board to decide their priorities, where they think it fit to put one of these, and to organise it and do it, as I understand is already being done. And that's as simple as it can be. At the end of the day, you didn't answer my question, and I again call for you to resign from the board if you're not the chair. Okay.
Next question from Councillor Turner to Councillor Poulter, footway lighting. Councillor Turner, please.
Are you aware... Sorry, Councillor Poulter. Thank you, Mr Mayor. Are you aware of the very substandard condition of footway lighting in the section of Osmaston Park Road adjacent to the Moorways Stadium, which has been officially reported by the PFI contractor?
Councillor Poulter.
Simples. Yes, I am aware.
Supplementary, Councillor Turner.
Well, it's obvious, Mr Mayor. So, what is your action plan to improve it to the accepted standard?
Councillor Poulter.
Now then, Councillor Turner, Osmaston Park Road was relit by the Department of Transport in 2003-2004, prior to the road being handed back to the Council under the Department for Transport de-trunking programme. The lighting was designed for a route which would only include carriageway and 2-metre strip of verge. The verge and footway is in fact at this location in excess of 2 metres and consequently does not benefit from direct lighting. As the lighting on Osmaston Park is less than 10 years old, there are no current plans to renew or install additional lighting as part of the PFI scheme. It's not included in the PFI scheme. However, and I'm going to come back to neighbourhood boards. Your own neighbourhood boards could consider lighting this area as part of the LTP funding allocation or the Street Pride devolved budgets. And if you need any help on how to organise it in the neighbourhood boards, ask one of your colleagues or me.
Next question is from Councillor Schenker to Councillor Ingle, travellers in Sinfin Ward. Councillor Schenker, please.
What intentions do you have regarding a site for travellers in Osmaston and Sinfin, areas of Sinfin Ward?
Councillor Ingle.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's quite shocking, really, that Councillor Schenker has to come here and ask me what's happening in his own ward. That's a real shame. Councillor Schenker is more than aware the Council is buying the land at Russell Street from Rolls-Royce. We'll be developing the site into a permanent travellers' site. There are no plans for any more sites.
Councillor Schenker, supplementary, please.
Thank you. Maybe if you informed residents and ward councillors, we wouldn't have to ask these questions. And you shouldn't be afraid, really, of answering these questions, Councillor Ingle. Why, then, has there been such delay, and following your impromptu attendance to a Osmaston Neighbourhood Forum when it was, I'm Phil Ingle, I'm going to get this sorted, you've still made no progress?
Councillor Ingle.
Again, it's emotion without the benefit of intellect, isn't it? What a shame. Who's asking questions about his own ward? You know full well what's been happening here. It's been going on for many, many years. We have had problems buying the site. Those problems are now resolved and we're moving this forward.
Final question, Councillor Schenker to Councillor Ingle, Osmaston Regeneration. Councillor Schenker,
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Maybe Mr. Ingle will be disappointed, Councillor Ingle, sorry, will be disappointed that councillors are coming to council meetings and asking questions about matters that affect their wards. I'll ask the question, what is the action plan for the further development of the Osmaston Regeneration Project?
Councillor Ingle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At last, an intelligent question. It's taken a while, hasn't it? Officers are working closely with the Homes and Communities Agency to establish a long-term regeneration programme for Osmaston. This includes the following key actions: the procurement of a development partner to carry out full appraisal of options within the indicative master plan, the engagement of the HCA Spatial and Herbal Design team to assist with the appraisal process, the completion of the necessary bidding process to access future funding from the HCA. The timescale for the completion of these actions is at the end of March 2011. Work is also underway to establish which of these regeneration priorities identified by residents of Osmaston could be actioned in the short term. These may include the refurbishment and reuse of the Marble Hall building, development of more new housing on vacant sites, provision of new public open space. We are also continuing to place great emphasis on engaging with the Osmaston community in taking forward the development of the master plan and have secured funding to establish the former local housing office on Addison Road as a community resource, training and drop-in centre. This will help strengthen the local community's role in the regeneration process.
Councillor Schenker, supplementary, please.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Ingle, I can deal with your arrogance. It's the arrogance that you show the residents of Sinfin Ward, which I think you should refrain yourself from. Can you reassure me, as the Cabinet Member, you will protect and fight for any potential budget cuts that are proposed or will be made to the project team involved with the Osmaston Regeneration Project?
Councillor Ingle, please.
I think that the thing to do is, if you're the Shadow Cabinet Member for Housing, and I'm not sure whether you are or not, I've never seen you. I believe you've only seen my Strategic Director once over the last 6 months. If you want to come and see me and the officers, probably a good idea, and then we can sit down and talk about the plans I have. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, that concludes the questions to the Cabinet members from the non-Cabinet members. Earlier on these questions, I was asked that the supplementary question can be on anything, and I was asked to get the clarification from the legal advice, and I'm asking now Mr. Leslie to clarify CP18, which is relevant to supplementary questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is best done by reciting what CP18 says, which is as follows. A questioner who has put a question in person may also put one supplementary question without notice to the member who has replied to his or her original question. A supplementary question must arise directly out of the reply.
Moving on to item 9, which is to consider the following minutes and recommendations of the Council Cabinet dated 28 September and 26 October 2010, requiring the approval of the Council. 85/10. Anybody wishes to speak on that? 105/10, 1 Derby, 1 Council Member. Councillor Bayliss.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. Mr. Mayor, when this was first tabled at the Strategic Board meeting, I did tell the Leader and Deputy Leader of the Council, along with the lead officers, that it would have been nice to have been asked about this idea before it was tabled. But the sham consultation that I and the Labour Group have been subjected to demonstrates clearly to me that any constructive dialogue is largely lost on the leader of the Council. To that end, Mr Mayor, I wish to table an amendment to this. Thank you. Yes.
Mr Mayor, the proposed amendment is acceptable, and if Councillor Bayliss is in agreement, I'll read out that proposal unless he wishes to do so. As amended, the minute or motion would read as follows. The remit of the Resources Overview and Scrutiny Commission be extended to include responsibility for reviewing progress on the delivery of the transformation programme. Terms of reference be developed in consultation with members to reflect the wider remit of the Commission.
Is that seconded? You want to speak, Councillor Bayliss?
Let me explain why I'm doing this. Thank you, Mr Mayor. The reason I've done this is that if the leader of the Council and the senior officers want member buy-in to the transformation agenda, then the best place for this, in my view, is within the scrutiny structures we have for this in the overview and scrutiny. Using the Resources Commission is the sensible thing to do and use, except later on we may actually amend the Resources Commission later in this agenda, but at the moment this is the right thing to do. It's the correct portfolio in terms of personnel and change, and it's underworked as demonstrated by the next agenda item, and it has correct cross-party membership. In respect of Members' Services Working Party, it is there to look at issues that affect councillors as members of the Council. If there's not cross-party support for this particular amendment, and I think this is a reasonable amendment, then the Labour Group sadly will not appoint any extra members to this organisation and will instruct its current members to not participate in anything beyond the existing terms of reference for the Members' Services Working Party. This is because we think if we're going to scrutinise and buy into the transformation agenda, then it should be scrutinised properly and talked about properly. Obviously, this may prove difficult for our members. I will instruct them that if it is difficult, then they will withdraw completely from the process. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Wanbeth, you want to speak? Anybody? Councillor Jennings?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't accept Councillor Bayliss's view that he hasn't had the opportunity of being consulted. He actually attended the One Derby One Council Strategic Board meeting where this was first raised. And indeed, when he raised his concerns about the issue, we did agree at that meeting not to make a decision on the issue so that he could indeed go away and consult his group. So we deferred making that decision on the basis that we wanted him actually to consult with his group. Councillor Bayliss, in my opinion, has taken a very silly stance to this proposal because he has consistently put forward the notion that this should be moved to the Resource Commission, and on each occasion it has been pointed out to him in the build-up to this meeting for several weeks now that the Resource Commission is not going to exist past this meeting should that motion be passed later this evening. So I don't understand the thinking behind the proposal. The Member Services Working Party were consulted about the extension of their remit, and the intention is so that members become more involved, feel more involved, and get more involved in the process of transformation, so that they actually have got their finger on the pulse and can go back to their groups in the full knowledge of what is going on, and they can explain that. Should the Labour group, through this amendment, should this not go through, and the Labour group's threat of not attending Member Services Working Party meetings in the future with the required number of members take place, then the only people that will suffer, Mr Mayor, are the Labour group, who will suffer from a lack of information based on them not wanting to attend. So it will just be business as usual, I think, and I would recommend to the Chamber, the Chamber that this amendment is refused. Thank you, Mr.
Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As Councillor Jennings has already outlined, we will be moving to debate on the Resources Commission in a few moments, so any further debate on this, I would suggest, is a waste of time, and I hereby formally move that we go straight to the vote.
All those in favour of the amendment, please show. All those against the amendment, please show. Amendment is lost. Can I just ask then Councillor Jennings to move the motion, please?
Mr Mayor, can I just move that as printed, please?
All those in favour, please show. Any against, please show. Motion is carried. Item 10, to consider the following minutes and recommendations of the Scrutiny Management Commission dated 21st September 2010, requiring the approval of the Council. 37/10. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Before I formally move this motion, I have an amendment. I think members have already been appraised of this, but Mr Dunning has copies if anybody wishes one.
All members got the copy of this amendment, please? Is that Councillor Carr?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At the first meeting of the SMC that I chaired, it quickly became apparent that a very important area of the business was what was then called the crime and disorder section of the agenda. This dominated the agenda to the extent that it became quite difficult to provide sufficient time later in the agenda to deal with other very important matters, such as those that we had taken to ourselves, the climate change agenda. We are therefore proposing that the crime and disorder section of the agenda be transferred to what was the Resources Commission, with the Resources Commission being made disbanded, and that we also call the crime and disorder section, which meets the requirements of the Police and Justice Act, Police and Criminal Justice Act of 2006, the Safer Communities Commission. I therefore recommend this to Council. Thank you.
Councillor Bayliss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wish to move an amendment to Councillor Carr's revised motion. I accept the comments he's made, but I wish to move an amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, what we have to do is first take that amendment and vote on it before we then move to any further amendments.
Anybody wishes to speak? Councillor Hickson.
Well, just briefly, Mr. Mayor, if I may. I mean, I don't understand the need for the amendment that Councillor Carr's put. I'm not normally into semantics, and I don't think it always matters that much, but I think in terms of the terminology for this commission, it does. I think the public understand the terms crime and disorder, and to try and come up with this woolly title that Councillor Carr's come up with, it's the sort of dopey amendment you might have expected from somebody like Lucy Kerr. I'm surprised that Mike Carr's that Mike Carr's brought it. I think what we're in the business of, or should be, is clarity about the function of these commissions as far as the public is concerned. And I think that the original recommendation to Council was the correct one, and we should just reject the amendment.
Councillor Dent, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to support Councillor Hickson's challenge to this amendment by Councillor Carr, because I too have started as a Vice Chair for the Scrutiny Management Commission. I think at the same time Councillor Carr became Chair. Most commissions, and the Scrutiny Management Commission has a large agenda, so in the first instance any changes to that I think are unfounded, because the commitment and the energy needed for crime and disorder is similar to what we should be providing for climate change. And there were issues about resources commission using other activities like crime and disorder. And we hopefully, if this amendment is defeated, the amendment from the Labour Group will actually be debated. So I'd like to support this, because it is not adding anything more by calling the Safer Communities Partnership, because crime and disorder is quite clear what it says. And I think woolliness is not required in the Chamber at any time, but not particularly in this area. Crime and disorder quite clearly communicates to people in the community and anybody else what they're talking about. Safer Communities is a bit more of a jargonistic word as far as I'm concerned, so I totally agree with Councillor Hickson's view on this, and I think this amendment, just for that, just for woolliness, should be rejected, never mind anything else.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You might find this rather strange, but I actually support the amendment that has been moved by Councillor Carr, sorry. Councillor Hickson misled me. But I do realise it's Councillor Carr, because as a misogynist, although not a proven one, I might say, I have to say I wouldn't have attacked it if it had been a lady who'd been presenting it. And I am supporting it because there's a gentleman who's proposing it. Now, the issue really is very simple for me, and I'll tell you why I support it and can't take on board the view of Councillor Hickson and Councillor Dinsmore, although their points are very well made, the issue to me is that climate change is an important part of this. It's massively important as far as safer communities is concerned, and crime and disorder does not fill the bill for climate change. I was on the Climate Change Commission, which you all mistakenly got rid of because it was a very important part of our future proposals for this council, and I have to say that I welcome the opportunity to bring climate change back into a commission where it can be meaningfully discussed, and I fully support the change of name simply because it gives us an opportunity to embrace something that is absolutely necessary for the safer community, which I'm sure we all want to include with crime and disorder. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else wants to speak? Now putting the amendment to vote. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. All against, please show. Amendment is carried. Going back to the substantive matter as amended, Councillor Baelish.
Could I make an amendment, Mr. Mayor? Mr. Mayor, if it helps, all I've done is move climate change from one to the other and change the name of the Commission. I've highlighted it in bold.
That's an acceptable proposal, Chair.
Is this seconded? To speak on this, Councillor Baelish?
Very quickly. The reason for the amendment is that in May, as I and the Labour Group warned, the previous attempt to change the overview and scrutiny system without much input from those members who participate in scrutiny was botched, let's be honest. The proposal before us now has more cross-party buy-in than last time, but still not good enough. The Labour Group strongly believe that climate change should be one of our key scrutiny concerns and should have sufficient importance to have a commission tasked at looking at it and after this key area. After all, the Council has just been defeated on its planning application in Sinfin on the basis of environmental impacts and pollution from traffic movements, has it not? On the issue of crime, I do hope, however, the new Commission will be able to look into and comment upon the new proposals for an elected police commissioner for Derbyshire. I do not believe the police authority is either perfect, as I would like to have a Labour representative from the city on it, as well as the two members we currently have, but neither do I think it's broken and it requires reform in the way proposed by the coalition government. Though I can see that with one person setting the police precinct, the debate in the council tax may be somewhat shorter than those in this chamber that have been in the past. However, I'm not sure it will be an inclusive democratic way of proceeding. I and the Labour Group do not believe on its own Crime and Disorder Commission will be sufficiently busy under the fixed proposal here. Therefore, the amendment seeks to add this important work on climate change to this Commission and relieve SMC of some of its workload and rebalance the situation for the backbench members. I think that it's very important that we ensure that we minimise our impact on the planet and ensure the city does its part in ensuring that we have a sustainable future for our children's sake. As part of this, we must ensure that the City Council leads on this and is exemplary in what it does. Ensuring we have scrutiny focused on this is part of how we, the City Council, lead on this, and therefore I recommend and commend the amendment to Council.
Councillor Roberts, you want to speak as the seconder of the motion? Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sorry, I have to completely disagree with this amendment and with Councillor Bayliss' suggestions. I agree wholeheartedly with what he's saying about climate change. However, climate change is currently within the remit of the Scrutiny Management Commission. It's something I am extremely committed to, and we've already started a work programme within the Scrutiny Management Commission, including some visits next week to anaerobic digesters and other issues we want. So that's a bit too difficult for you, Councillor Shanker. Anaerobic. It means without oxygen. Perhaps if you tried it without oxygen, we'd all be a lot better off in this chamber.
That's very nice.
I urge members to vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anybody else wishes to speak? Councillor Roberts.
I think, following that rather crass remark, Councillor Carr, I'd have to withdraw that. I think deoxygenating one of my colleagues is not a very gentlemanly thing to do. I very purposely asked for the title of this organisation to be changed, which you kindly supported, and I thought on the basis that you saw the common sense that Safer Communities was a better title because it could embrace the climate change element. And very clearly to me, there is a need for a commission below the level of Scrutiny Management Commission to look at climate change and to be able to discuss as a topic, as something that is important to the people of this city in a meaningful way. And if you don't think that that's important, perhaps we should once again review that decision that's recently been made about the incinerator or gasification plant at Sinfin. Because very clearly the public think that that is part of our climate change operation. They don't want to see harmful emissions within their communities. They don't want to see the burning of fossil fuels and waste, which may well create the kind of atmosphere that induces climate change. And we should be able to talk as a council about climate change with, indeed, our own experts. I was at a climate change seminar in the Roundhouse extension on Pride Park not so very long ago, maybe a couple of weeks ago. And it was an excellent event, supported and spoken at by several of our own people, talking about the manner in which this council should tackle climate change. I believe that it's such an important issue that it should be where we can have proper discussion, where we can have meaningful discussion, and where it can be considered later, perhaps, by the Management Scrutiny Commission that overlooks the whole of our process and then making proper approaches and appeals to the Cabinet once the due process of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee making a recommendation to the either Scrutiny Management Commission or to the Cabinet members, and that gives us a second opportunity to discuss what is taking place. So, whilst I understand Councillor Carr's reticence to do this because he doesn't want to upset his friends twice in one night, he must, I think, and hopefully some of his colleagues will accept that there is an opportunity here to redress the balance where climate change was downgraded by this council, in my view, by taking away the Climate Change Commission and reinstate it to an area where it will become an important part of a commission and not part of an extremely busy function which the Scrutiny Management Commission is. Thank you.
Councillor Jennings.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Once again, the Labour group are talking as if there's something not happening in this authority that is happening. Quite clearly, the climate change agenda is very high on this administration's agenda, in as much as we've made it the responsibility of every portfolio to ensure that they have climate change very high in their minds on every subject that they deal with. Mr Mayor, I'm very conscious of the time and that there are some gallant people still remaining in the public gallery at this late time, and we've still got a lot of business to conduct. And with that in mind, as this is an amendment, Mr Mayor, that my group won't be supporting, and the Liberal Democrats have already indicated that they will not be supporting it, I would formally request we move to the vote.
I've got only one final speaker, which is Councillor Troop.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As the past chair, the final chair, in fact, of the Climate Change Commission, when it was disbanded, I thought it was vitally important that it be the responsibility for it should be at the highest level of the council. And that was why, when we were in charge of the council, we made it the responsibility of the chief executive to push forward the fight against climate change. The Scrutiny Management Commission is itself responsible for scrutinising the work of the chief executive. Therefore, I think it is completely appropriate for them to be responsible for climate change. To sit as a bedfellow with crime and disorder, I just think that doesn't make any sense at all to me, and therefore I think we should reject this amendment.
Okay, moving to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. All those against the amendment, please show. Amendment is lost. Now coming back to the main motion, Councillor Carr to move.
It is very late, Mr Mayor, and we have all the business to get through, so I suggest we move to the motion as printed.
All those in favour of the motion as amended, please show. Any against, please show. Item 11, to consider the following minutes and recommendations of the Standards Committee dated 3rd September. Yes, sorry, okay. Can I then have the nominations, please, to the Safer Communities Commission? Conservative Group, 3 members. Councillor Jennings.
Mr Mayor, it will be Councillors Barker, Harwood, and Davis.
Councillor Bayliss for Labour Group.
The existing councillors on the Resources Commission.
Liberal Democrats, 2 members. Councillor Jones.
Councillors Nater and Atwell.
Can I have the nomination for the chair of the commission, please? Councillor Jones.
Councillor Nater.
Councillor Nater. Unanimous, all in favour? Okay. I have a nomination for the Vice Chair of the Commission, please.
The existing chair from Resources will be our nominee.
Is that agreed? Okay, now let's move to item 11 to consider the following minutes and recommendations of the Standards Committee dated 3rd September 2010 requiring the approval of the Council. 18/10.
Move the motion as printed, Mr. Mayor.
All those in favour, please show. Any against? No, it's carried. Item 12, to consider the following minutes and recommendations of the General Licensing and Appeals Committee dated 13th October 2010 requiring the approval of the Council. 17/10. Councillor Hurd to move.
Move as printed, Mr. Mayor.
All in favor? Redfern, you wanted to speak?
Yes, I do. Paragraph 3 refers to the Chair writing to the responsible authorities. Could the Chair tell me when did she write? Has she had a reply? And could copies of both letters be circulated to the other members of the committee, please?
Councillor Hurd.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No, I haven't written. We were looking for the previous letter so that we knew what was said before because, of course, I've only just become chair a few months ago. It seems that the letter was a private letter from the chair and it would be really helpful if I could have a copy of that letter to make my letter, to write my letter. If that letter is not available within the week, if she doesn't feel that she wants to let me have a copy, then I'll send my letter off within the week.
All those in favour of the motion, please show.
Point of clarification, I really didn't understand the answer to that question.
No, she hasn't. She has a copy of the last letter.
So she's not written.
All those in favour, please show. Against? Is carried. Item number 13, to consider a report of the Interim Strategic Director of Resources concerning appointment of representatives to the I can't read it now, Standing Advisory Council for Religious Education. Councillor Jennings to move.
Mr. Mayor, can I move it as printed, please?
Show. Great. Item 14, to consider a report of the Interim Strategic Director of Resources concerning urgent non-executive decisions made by the Chief Executive. Councillor Jennings to move.
Mr. Mayor, again, can we move it as printed, please?
Agreed. Item 15, to consider a report of the Interim Strategic Director of Resources concerning urgent executive decisions made by Council Cabinet. Councillor Jennings.
Mr. Mayor, just to explain for members that may not have read the papers, this is the authority that was delegated to me to conclude the negotiations on the setting up of the local enterprise partnership, which will be replacing the East Midlands Development Agency on its cessation. I'm pleased to report to Council that the local enterprise partnership negotiations were concluded and that we now have a local enterprise partnership consisting of Derby, Derbyshire, Nottingham and Nottinghamshire, which the feedback I had from government was that they considered it to be a flagship proposal, and I'm certainly looking forward to working with our partners in the coming months to develop the way forward and we will be lobbying government hard to take on the responsibilities that we want to be able to deliver through the local enterprise partnership. So, Mr Mayor, enough said. I move the motion. Well, it's that we're here to note the report, actually, Mr Mayor. So.
It's noted then. Item 16, notices of motion. First motion is Councillor Marshall to move, Councillor Jennings to second. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to formally withdraw the motion, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Jennings.
Yeah, I second that, Mr Mayor.
Anybody wishes to speak on this? On it. Okay, sorry, I didn't hear. I was looking at that. Sorry about that. Okay. Moving on to motion 2 then. Councillor Troop to move, Councillor Carr to second.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Before Westfield opened, the 33 bus from Littleover used to access the city centre via Abbey Street. This led to many complaints from the council that they could not easily get to Westfield. In response, Arriva introduced new vehicles and a new route that made a circuit through the city centre via Babington Lane, London Road, Traffic Street, the Morledge and Victoria Street. This seems to have satisfied many of the requirements of the travelling public in that Westfield was well served, the stop in Traffic Street is within reasonable walking distance of the train station for the able-bodied, bus interchange is available in the Morledge, there is good access to the markets, the Cathedral Quarter and the west side of the city centre. Therefore, this arrangement fully met the requirements of integrated public transport and greatly improved the satisfaction of the travelling public. Now that the bus station is functioning, it is, on the face of it, sensible to argue that there is no need for bus stops outside the bus station, as the buses could use the station. But the practical realities must be taken into account. People want public transport to be integrated and easy to use. Where a service never used the bus station, but the bus route goes past the bus station, insisting that the bus enters the station, drops and picks up, and then leaves again to continue its journey, adds time to the bus timetable. The practical reality is that this added time means for some services that either more buses are needed or the frequency of the service is reduced, both of which affect the viability of the service. I would have thought that Conservatives of all people should have understood this basic business argument. The practical realities need to be taken into account when changes such as these are considered. Not to do so can easily lead to an even worse situation, as is the case here. This decision to remove the bus stops in the Morledge was taken with no consultation and with no consideration to the effect this would have on bus services. In contrast, the previous scheme had been consulted on widely and had been welcomed by the public. The decision to remove the bus stops in the Morledge affects the Mackworth and Littleover services in particular. Consultation by ward councillors shows that people are very angry about this and want the stops reinstated. The council should listen to the bus users of Littleover and Mackworth on this and put back the bus stops that will give them integrated transport once more. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Seconded. You want to speak on that?
I do have some points to make, Mr Mayor, but I'd reserve my right to speak later.
Anybody else? Councillor Whitby.
I'd like to table an amendment on this motion, please. Shall wait for it. I wrote it. Carry on. Yeah. Check up. Yes, Mr. Mayor, as you can see, the amendment retains the spirit of the original motion, and to be honest, all the points that Councillor Troop has made are within that. I think it's pretty non-controversial. It just tightens up the message to make it much more specific and gives no room for the ruling administration to wriggle out of it. Specifically mentions Mackworth, Littleover and the service numbers. From when this was first announced, we've been campaigning against it in Mackworth and talking to residents, and the opposition to it has been almost universal. Councillor Poulter said he was doing it because he'd been asked to do it by some unspecified groups or people. Well, I have to say we haven't actually met any of those people when we've been out campaigning. Myself and my colleagues have met around 500 people in Mackworth alone who were more than happy to sign our petition to keep the bus stops in Mackworth, in the Morlidge. I was present when both the Mackworth forums voted unanimously to oppose it, and I've read the various letters to the Telegraph and emails received from the public expressing the view that politicians don't actually listen. There was consultation originally, but this wasn't part of it. The change of policy won't save any money, it's not ideological, it won't help the public, and it's frankly pointless. I recommend this amendment, the amended motion to members, please support it, and we can actually give the Mackworth and Littleover public something, some much needed good news. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, perhaps if we can just clarify what the position of this is. Obviously the Council has moved an amendment. I think what it would help is if you just concentrated on the last paragraph of that submission. I think before that is a preamble which is in very much the same as the original motion. So if you then compare the last paragraph there that reads, "The Council therefore demands that the Cabinet listens to the bus users of Mackworth and Littleover and reinstates the bus stops for services 28/29 and 33 in the Morlidge." And you contrast that with the substantive motion, which is effectively the last paragraph in Councillor Troop's motion, which is the Council therefore calls on Cabinet to listen to the bus users of Derby and reinstate the bus stops in the Morlidge. So at the moment we're just discussing and debating that last paragraph proposed by Councillor Whitby.
And I don't rise on spurious points of order. You can't
Councillor Liston, can you quote the point of order, please? Which is
CP 42, but you can't amend an amendment. The Liberal Democrats tabled an amendment. You've got to deal with that. You can't. I understand Councillor Whitby's naivety in moving the procedure because he doesn't understand the procedures yet of the Council. But you can't amend an amendment. You must deal with the first one first. Either approve it or not approve it.
Point of clarification, Mr. Mayor. We haven't.
Chair. Yes, it's right. It's a motion, Chair. That's what the amendment is to. It's a motion.
Mr. Mayor, under the same standing order, it's still out of order because a motion can't demand the Cabinet to do anything. It can request the Cabinet, but it can't demand. The Cabinet's got executive responsibility, so the wording is inappropriate. Because the Council can't demand the Cabinet to do anything where the Cabinet's got executive authority. It can only request.
Well, on that basis, I presume the Councillor won't object to amending the words demand to request. Well, that's up to him. Okay. How he moves it is up to him.
Mr. Mayor, I request that we request. Thank you.
Is this amendment seconded then? Okay, you want to speak, Councillor Higginbottom?
Yes, please, Mr. Mayor. Let's stop mucking about and let's get this through, please.
Okay. Anybody else wishes? Councillor Poulter. Anybody else wishes to speak? So let's move to the vote. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. Any against, please show. Amendment is carried. Moving on to the substantive motive as amended. Move to vote. Councillor Poulter, you want to speak? Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did request to speak. I think people have got short memories here, really, sometimes. This city suffered from a temporary bus station situation for many years, 3 or 4 years, in fact, and to a degree it still does. We've heard talk of integrated and interchanges at bus stations. That's what this bus station, current bus station, needs to be. At the end of the day, what we were faced with was street clutter, with more bus stops in. There was cold, wet, windy shelters planned for outside the bus station. A temporary bus station just causes confusion and difficulty for bus users to find stops and nowhere for pedestrians to walk. There are no toilets and facilities on the Moorledge and nowhere comfortable for people to wait. At the end of the day, the changes that have been made, there are no changes to the physical layout. The materials are the same. Taxi provision in the area has been doubled. Community transport bus stop has been retained. The blue badge holder provision has been more than doubled. The road narrowed, and there will be no slow bus movements in the area to hold up the traffic. The traffic in the area will be significantly less because of connecting Derby when that's completed. And there's now proper provision for loading and unloading of businesses around the River Lights area. The pavements are going to be returned to the pedestrians. I'm happy to inform Council that there's initiative to be looking at in respect of improving the shop fronts on the Moorledge, and shopkeepers on the Moorledge have already expressed interest in street trading, cafe licences and trading from outside the shops on the newly widened pavements. This work is nearing completion. It's very near to completion. The curb heights have been changed and would be need to changed again at significant expense. We would have to provide significant new bus shelters back onto the streets, cluttering them. It would interfere with the lighting improvements that we've got and would reintroduce street clutter to inconvenience disabled people and pedestrians in the area. The main problem with this is that we need to talk to Arriva at the end of the day. When this decision was taken and we decided that the Moorledge would be a bus-free zone in terms of parking, a place was offered to Arriva in the bus station, which is on the Moorledge, by the way, for the people that were, anybody that's got concerned about being moved from the Moorledge 30, 40 yards round onto Albert Street. The same situation occurred with the Trent Barton services to Mickleover, who proposed to remove the services from the bus station and place them on Albert Street. In actual fact, Trent Barton listened to the representations on that at that time, and they remained in the bus station. You talk about representations from the public. You know that I attended and was able to attend only one of the forums that dealt with this. I listened to the representations. I've read the reports in the paper, but I've had not one personal contact from any resident in relation to these three services. I have, however, had dozens and dozens and dozens of letters about the people that have been left out on the street by the bus operators and not had the opportunity to go into the bus station. So to say that I don't listen to the public of Derby is not right. The vast majority of these people want to go into the bus station. At lunchtime today, I went into the street and spoke to the passengers in the queue for the number 28 bus, and they unanimously told me that they would prefer to be standing waiting in the bus station than on a freezing cold Albert Street. I have to say that it's totally impractical at this stage to replace the temporary bus station, and it would be against the will of the vast majority of bus users in this city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Roberts.
Thank you. I just dislike being told by Cabinet members that we've got short memories. The fact is that our memories are probably quite as good as yours, if not better. And what we do remember is that the consultation that was carried out for this exercise very clearly stated, and I'm a bit nonplussed tonight. I'm agreeing with the Liberal Democrats a lot, but it'll make a change, I suppose. But they're absolutely right. These proposals were still on display, showing the fact that we were proposing taxi ranks, bus stops on that haulage, and you have reneged on a previous consultation. And you've changed that without actually undertaking a further consultation to explain the attitude and changes that you've made. And I thought for one moment that I was listening to a reincarnation of what Councillor Hickson once called a grey form of a fisherman's friend, which was Councillor Kerr, who actually used to do exactly what you're doing now, Councillor Poulter, and that is her vox pops. She popped out when it was pouring rain and said, "Would you like a shelter?" And they said, "Yes, please." And you go out when it's freezing cold and say, "Would you like to stand under the warmth at a bus station?" Very good. But the fact is, there are lots of people who've been to my colleagues in Mackworth, there are lots of people who've been to my colleagues who live in Littleover, and they say to me, "What on earth why are you not stopping the buses on there anymore? We want to get to..." First of all, they want to get to the bus station, I agree, but the bus station is very heavily and densely used. So there needs to be alternative bus stops. And people have said very clearly, and they've said it to Arriva, I've spoken to the General Manager of Arriva, and I do think it was a detrimental step for this council when you got rid of the Bus Users Consultative Committee, because that was the place where we used to go to talk to the actual operators and to the bus users and their representatives. We don't get that anymore, and the problem with it is that decisions such as have been made by you as a cabinet member are made without the proper consultation that we should have. And therefore, I've asked my group to support this proposal from the Liberal Democrats. I do take a bit of an exception occasionally to how they word their things. For example, pledged by the previous Liberal Democrat-led administration, can't miss a trick, except that when you come to the motion 5, of course, it's estimated that the proposed Longbridge power generator will, and it doesn't say the proposed Longbridge power generator proposed by Chris Williamson MP when he was the leader of this council. No, never give credit to anybody, grab it for yourself. But on this occasion, I'd be pleased to support your motion.
Councillor Rapton.
I propose, Mr Mayor, that you now put the motion to the meeting to actually vote on it. Thank you.
I've got a couple of people already indicated. Councillor Ashburn.
I agree with David. Our consultation before the run to the bus station and our petitions since have shown overwhelming support for allowing buses to continue to stop on the moorage. The proposal is to allow buses to drop off and pick up passengers, Mr Mayor, to only and not to stay there for a long time. This will keep the moorage clear visually and in terms of the use of road space. Mr Mayor, this will allow users of these services, the services named, to transfer from and to other services and also the shopping centres. Going into the bus station requires too much time for these identified services to continue to do so and to keep to a time schedule. And frankly, reliability on the time schedule is a very important feature for bus users. I propose the motion. I support the motion as amended. Thank you.
Councillor Janning.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. With the £30 million budget cuts facing this council and there's some harsh decisions that have got to be made and very difficult decisions that have got to be made in the coming weeks and months, I can't believe that we've got councillors here arguing for 2 bus stops to be put in place outside a bus station. It's absolutely ridiculous, Mr Mayor. My group will not be supporting it, and I absolutely take the point that we should move this to the vote.
Let's move to vote. All those in favour.
Could I sum up? Please,
you want to? Sorry, Council. Moving to the vote. All those in favour of the amended motion, please show. Any against? Motion is carried as amended. Moving on to, so we need to finish at 10:45 according to the time, but if somebody...
Mr Mayor, could I move standing order CP10 that we go on to finish the business?
All in those favour? Yeah, what he says is that move the standing orders to finish the business of the meeting. So we'll extend, yeah. No?
The motion is proposed that he wishes to extend the time for the meeting after the scheduled time of 10:45. It's 10:45. If I can explain, please. It's 10:45 because we started at 6:20, so we would have gone on to 10:20 on the basis that it's 4 hours. There was then an adjournment for a considerable about 20 minutes and 25 minutes, so that takes us up to 10:45.
Oh, I thought Councillor Bayliss was saying to extend it, isn't it?
I was proposing to put to the vote that we vote to waive standing orders so we can finish the business on the agenda and make this the last council meeting in this chamber.
Carry on? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, Chair, we have to vote on that.
Okay, then all those in favour of extending the hours until we finish the business, please show. Any against, please show. Is carried. Motion number 3, Councillor Higginbottom to move, Councillor Roberts to second. Councillor Higginbottom.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a small note, it's probably just taken us 10 minutes of our time to extend our time to finish the meeting. What is that all about? That was probably contentious. I hope this isn't going to be. I'm not going to make a big speech because I, like most people, want to go home at some point this evening. I hope that the item will gain cross-party support because the aim of it is to possibly save a life. If we can assist people to get onto the HSE's website and look at their information on asbestos in their home before somebody starts to do some DIY, then we'll have done more than what we're here for. And it's not always about passing motions to change the name of a committee. It's sometimes about a little bit more than that. So I move the motion as printed. Thank you very much.
Second.
Formally second and reserve my right.
Okay. Councillor Holmes.
Quite simply, yes, I agree. We'll agree with everything in the motion. Thank you.
Councillor Nater.
Yeah, our group will support it. Can we move it to the vote, please?
Okay. All those in favour of this motion, please show. That's unanimous. Thank you. Motion 4, Councillor Dhinsa to move, Councillor Shanker to second. The neighbourhood agenda has been a very successful initiative implemented by Council. Councillor Dhinsa.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you for reading the first line of the resolution. The motion, the neighbourhood agenda has been a very successful initiative implemented by Council. It was the neighbourhood management was established in February 2006 at, if I remember rightly, Councillor Williamson, at the Austin Community Centre in Normanton Ward. Following a review of Council's area committee structures and the operation of the Council's area neighbourhood unit, the result was to ask the Community Safety Partnership to develop new, more localised arrangements and to roll these out across the city with partnership support. Since then, the arrangements have been implemented, have seen neighbourhood forums and boards established in each of the 17 council wards, with multi-agency tasking and coordination and significant participation from council departments and key public sector partners. The Derby model of neighbourhood management has evolved into a model where communities, elected members and services work together to improve the outcomes for individuals, families and groups living in the neighbourhood. The elected member operates as the community leader. The neighbourhood manager enables the neighbourhood partnership to function effectively. Community engagement and forums fulfil both the statutory duty to involve all agencies, but more importantly, empower local people to influence the decisions that affect their daily lives. And there has been substantial research that backs the initiative of the neighbourhood matter to local people. Amongst the many advantages of this is that after families, neighbourhoods encompass the next most immediate and relevant set of relationships. They are geographically located, they are visible, tangible and meaningful. They are where change, good or bad, is first experienced and most keenly felt. They are the level at which we most directly experience services and government policies. And they are where we can make the greatest impact. As I said earlier, Mr. Mayor, Normanton Ward was the testbed for this successful and now nationally recognised way of working in neighbourhoods. And my colleague, Councillor Williamson, was the instrument who actually led this initiative in that period, in February 2006 onwards. However, it has been taken on by each successive party as an initiative which does advantage local people and ensure that local councillors get the issues first hand and hopefully resolve those. Mr. Mayor, as a Labour elected councillor for Normanton, you have known the successes that have been achieved since the first neighbourhood forum in the Austin estate. A full-time local neighbourhood manager and team have been at the heart of this success and the achievements, not only in the Austin estate, but many examples right throughout the city, in all the neighbourhoods, in every ward. The council plan, initiated under the leadership of the Labour-controlled council, was to devolve resources and services to local groups and communities. Indeed, Mr. Mayor, localism was the watchword. The experiment was started in the most deprived wards, such as Normanton, Abbey, Sinfin, Arboretum, Durban, etc. However, in the last 2 to 3 years, whilst the commitment to the neighbourhood agenda has been strong, as I said, by every party, the expansion of the neighbourhood teams and management has been done at the expense of reducing resources for deprived wards. For example, in Normanton, where we at one stage had one full-time equivalent neighbourhood manager, one full-time community safety partnership worker, one community development worker, we now, this year, are looking at half a neighbourhood manager, a community safety partnership worker being shared across 5 or 6 neighbourhood boards, and I understand the community development worker posts being turned into administrative supports for the reduced resource of neighbourhood managers. This, Mr. Mayor, was not the intention of the original initiative. And I don't think anybody in this chamber would want to be supporting a successful initiative being spread more thinly so that the expectations and needs communicated through forums and neighbourhood boards are less likely to be met. Why then have we seen a reduction in the resources for the deprived wards and the local communities and the residents in the areas such as St Augustine Community Forum area? And earlier on, Mr. Mayor, there were at least 2 public questions which were pertinent to that particular area. One was about the responsibility of private landlords. The other was about not being responsive enough or quickly being responsive enough to some of the issues raised in that area about litter, antisocial behaviour, waste recyclement, and some of the crime issues. It has led to the reduction in resources in the neighbourhood manager and their capacity to respond to the many issues that we have experienced in Normanton, Mr. Mayor, but I'm sure other members have experienced in their own wards, has led to frustration and cynicism being built in our neighbourhoods. That surely cannot be a very good thing to happen, particularly since we've been the instrument of enabling and empowering our local residents to raise more issues with us and respond more quickly to those needs. As I say, Mr. Mayor, I've seen very good examples where we've done that very well, and I'm sure there are still examples happening in every ward and every neighbourhood board currently. But it cannot be denied that reducing resources to respond to the increased issues and needs being identified by local residents, quite rightly, are not resourced appropriately. So why halve the neighbourhood manager's presence and reduce the community safety workers and the community development workers in the way I described earlier? Does this really make sense? Does this communicate to the localism agenda of the new coalition government and the aspirations that have existed in this chamber through all the different parties about responding to local needs? I would say to you, and this motion would propose, that we are not doing that by reducing these resources. There are many examples I could say, but in view of the time, Mr. Mayor, I would suggest to you now that the motion has 2 fundamental critical success factors which have been researched that are important in terms of neighbourhood working and responding to the needs of local residents. The first one is focusing on the critical role of the neighbourhood manager. And I would suggest to you, and the Labour Group would suggest to you, that reducing that is not the way forward. Maintaining it to the same level for every ward is the way forward, not spreading a neighbourhood full-time manager, for example, being shared between Normanton Ward, a very deprived and needy community, and Durwood Ward, where, again, there is very great needs. And I know the neighbourhood manager who has been pulled in both directions, depending on where the needs are greatest, with concerns being raised by the opposite members of the local neighbourhood board elected members. So the first element of this, Mr. Mayor, is talking about ensuring that in order to build on the success that every party in this chamber actually supports, in my view, is to prioritise and reverse the cut in resources and reinstate the neighbourhood managers to full time in the priority neighbourhood board areas and ensure that all other wards have similar resources commensurate with their needs. And the second one is also important because that has also led to the empowerment and the enablement by offering information to all residents who are not able to find it for themselves. So the second element, which is also critical in my view, is that the Council will restore the provision of neighbourhood forum papers to residents that have attended previous meetings, allowing them to remain informed about local issues and activities. Now, I know the arguments that have been put forward to say the reason that was stopped was financial, that electronic communication of agendas and information is available, that libraries, residents can go to local libraries and access and request the agenda papers. All those are in place, but that does put another hurdle in front of those people who are not close and easy able to access the libraries, nor in terms of those who are not able to have electronic means of receiving information. So, Mr. Mayor, I would resolve to propose this motion, which I think is sensible in terms of responding to what we're all here for, to local communities and local needs. And I think this can be better served in the way that the motion is written here, and stop the sort of slowly spreading thin of the resources which are needed very, very strongly in our neighbourhoods, in all our neighbourhoods, in all the city. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Shankar.
Can I formally second it and reserve my right to speak?
Councillor Poulter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Dinser, for the question, or for the motion, in fact. I've answered that many questions tonight. I will refer to the second part firstly. You've answered it from my point of view and said it exactly right. You've given the reasons why it was not practical to circulate by post all these minutes of the meetings. You were exactly right in the reasons I would have given. And the fact is that since they've been withdrawn, there's been no significant, no noticeable effect whatsoever on attendances at the forums. And so that answers that second part first. I would like to say and thank you for the opportunity to highlight yet again another fantastic initiative that's been going along. This administration is as and more committed to neighbourhood working as any other group in this chamber. We've consistently supported and introduced initiatives to enhance the role of our communities and empowered local people to make a real difference in their communities. We've embraced the opportunity to enhance our roles as community leaders, and I think that's equally important. You may well recall that 2 years ago we secured £10,000 for each ward, that's each and every ward, for highways initiatives within their ward, and I'm sure we can all quote examples of where that was useful. We've also initially just currently added a further £10,000 to create a £20,000 pot for street pride initiatives, which I'm sure you'll all make good use of, every single ward in the city. That means a total pot available of £36,000 for every single ward in the city. We've ensured Street Pride have rolled out their initiatives effectively, and there's been a massive improvement on reactive services. We've installed Street Pride coordinators there to help deliver the local transport plan and evolve budgets to help the neighbourhood managers. We have, as you referred to, put in place 5 administrative support clerical officers to support the neighbourhood managers. The managers will be freed to do their work. It's important in this community, in this arrangement, that the community leaders are fully supported and promoted in their efforts to lead the community. I have to say, you've referred to things like spreading these things too thinly. I would suggest to you, Councillor Dinser, that this is not what we're doing. We're spreading the resources more equitably. We're providing an equal number and representation of neighbourhood managers to each and every ward, as we have done with the devolved budgets. We're creating street pride quarters and admin support equally in each and every ward. This is localism, and it's localism around the whole agenda for the whole of the city. I just get the impression somewhere along the line that you're feeling as though you're not going to be supported as much as you have been in the future. And I'm sorry about that, but as Cabinet Member, I took it upon myself to have a look at the attendances of members at boards and forums around the city. And I'd like to commend virtually each and every one of the members in the chamber, because the results were astounding. Nearly all of us have attended very nearly 100% of our neighbourhood boards and forums, and I'd like to commend you on that and ask that that continues, because it's a very important role that we're conducting. In actual fact, maybe this is a source of Councillor Dinser's angst, because he's not been quite so well supported in his ward. There was one member who's only managed 1 out of the last 8 meetings. Maybe the answer for that, how do you say it? In another place, in that other place, and he wasn't able to attend these forums, and he might need a bit more support from, but he's not going to get it, because what we're going to do is roll out this equitably throughout the city. We're going to provide the resources to support the managers, these neighbourhood managers, and the point here is, the clue is in the title. They are area managers. They are not area leaders. They are there to manage the areas, and you as elected councillors are there to represent the council and be promoted as council leaders. And in some wards, some members need to step up into that role. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Nater.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It won't take me 5 minutes to say what I have to say. Realistically, I mean, some very good points made all around. I've spoken to the neighbourhood managers, not all of them, but some of them. Quite clearly, it does need rebalancing, and quite clearly, it needs some of the local councillors to turn up and support the neighbourhood managers as well. And speaking to them, I think some of the managers have been, and the admin support workers have been doing 2 to 3 wards and supporting them, and this is the message that we're getting back. Yes, I think long term we need to actually have a look at how we can rebalance the neighbourhood managers' work, and I think that's the way forward. Our group will not be supporting this motion on the grounds of that. I think more work needs to be done first. Thank you.
Councillor Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I mean, I'm sorry that the Liberal Democrats won't be supporting this motion, because I think it's a very important motion and deserves the support of the whole Council tonight. The neighbourhood agenda is one of the greatest achievements, I think, of the Labour group in this city in the years that we have controlled this authority. And I think one of the greatest achievements was the fact that we were able to secure cross-party support after initial scepticism, both from the Conservatives and from the Liberal Democrats. The fact is, we are just about to enter the most significant period of austerity that this country has known in post-war history. And it's therefore vital, in my view, that we have neighbourhood managers in post to be able to galvanise the support of all other public sector and voluntary sector organisations in the localities around the city, but most particularly in those priority neighbourhoods, because they're the neighbourhoods that are going to suffer the biggest impact of the cuts that we will see in public spending over the next 4 years in Derby. Now, I know Councillor Poulter said that the Conservative group were committed to the neighbourhood working agenda, but it seems to me there's been a poverty of ambition, and since Labour lost control of this council, what we've seen is a diminution in the impact of neighbourhood working in Derby. And it's all very well for the leader of the council to laugh, but what we've seen is almost a death by 1,000 cuts. We've seen reductions in the influence of neighbourhood working. We've seen reductions in the support going into neighbourhood working. And what this proposal that we have before us this evening is to try and redress the balance somewhat at a time, as I say, of unprecedented austerity. It's absolutely essential that we are in a position as the leading public sector organisation in Derby, to ensure that we minimise the impact of the cuts which are going to befall everybody in Derby, but most particularly the most vulnerable, the poorest people in our city, who reside predominantly in those priority neighbourhoods. And the neighbourhood managers fulfil an absolutely key role, it seems to me, in actually bringing together other public sector organisations, as I've already said, Mr Mayor, to try and ensure that we maximise the limited public resources that will be at our disposal. If we don't do that, what that will result in is even bigger impact on some of the poorest people in our city. And it seems to me that as elected representatives, we have an obligation to represent and protect the citizens of Derby, right across the city, but particularly the most vulnerable in our city. Neighbourhood working does provide a way of actually achieving that, of ensuring that we get the most value for the limited resources that we have available to us. And I therefore, I hear Councillor Nater saying that he's going to oppose this motion this evening. We've seen a disparity in voting across the parties tonight. We saw Councillor Webb voting against his group on a motion earlier on in the agenda. We've seen members of the Liberal Democrat Liberal Democrat group voting in different ways. And I just hope that enough of you will actually recognise the importance of the neighbourhood agenda, the importance of neighbourhood managers to protecting our most vulnerable citizens in Derby, and actually support this motion tonight, because this isn't a partisan motion. This is a motion about ensuring that we actually provide the best possible value in terms of the public services that we are responsible for, and getting the best possible value out of other public sector organisations by drawing people together and ensuring that we work more collaboratively. And if we haven't got neighbourhood managers in post in those priority neighbourhoods, that is going to be very much more difficult to achieve. And what you're going to therefore get, it seems to me, is a situation where you have the kind of silo mentality continuing to prevail, and the full impact of those cuts actually hurting the people who can least afford to actually cope with those cuts. So I plead with the members of the other groups this evening to actually support this motion, or if you can't find it within yourselves to actually support the motion, at least sit on your hands, abstain and allow this motion to go through.
Councillor Jennings.
Ooh. Well, welcome back, Chris. I've missed you. You've actually spoken for a change. Mr Mayor, Labour councillors, well, one Labour councillor and half a councillor, crying about being dealt with on the same basis as all the other wards and councillors across the city, who operate excellently throughout the city with the resource available, have no sympathy from me, or I am sure any other councillor within this chamber. Many of us already have been operating successfully for a number of years, and now it is time for Labour councillors to step up to the plate. It seems to me, Mr Mayor, that a fair and equitable distribution of support and funding across the city is exactly what the public would expect, and I would commend this to the chamber.
Councillor Shankar, you want to speak now? Okay.
Thank you. As Chris Williamson said, we were hoping this motion wouldn't be partisan, but maybe that was a hope a little bit too far. Let's just put let let's just put Councillor Poulter right first to start with, shall I say. There is a councillor in Sinn Féin Ward who's not attended a single forum meeting this municipal year, and it's one of your newly found colleagues, Councillor Shearer. In fact, one of the forum meetings, he had 4 different excuses for not attending. None of them excuses were the same, and Councillor Ingle actually delivered one of those excuses, and when I questioned Councillor Shearer, he knew nothing of it. I hope we all agree the neighbourhood agenda has helped and enabled hundreds, if not thousands, of residents across the whole of the city in each and every one of our 17 wards to engage with the council, with other partner organisations, and raise vitally important issues. Had it not been for the support that we received from residents in Sinfin and Osmaston, the result of yesterday's planning appeal may not have gone that way. It was a united effort with councillors, residents, other organisations working together to prove the establishment was wrong. Liberals, let's be honest, whether it's been the neighbourhood forums or whether it was the area panels, they've not really ever been comfortable in engaging with real folk, with real people, talking to the issues, dealing with the issues. They've never been comfortable. Even Councillor Harwood had to leave them. Most of the Tories do pay a bit of lip service, I'll be fair to them, and they do now talk of this big society and localism, but that's all it really is, lip service. Opportunity here to put back the resources that have helped the neighbourhood agenda be so important. But what have they decided to do? They're not going to support this. This really is an ideology which will allow them to cut services, cut facilities at a local level and cut local governance because they think it should all be controlled from the centre. Recent consultations, the Derby Homes proposals, the proposals on the leadership structure of the council have proved that is the case. This minister, Grant Chaps, you know, let's have a low-cost consultation. No wonder we got 7 responses to such an important decision for this city. An advert in the local paper followed by a link on a website, and that's all they wanted to do. I can just see the headlines of the next focus that unfortunately I may receive. Liberals fight for the neighbourhood agenda, it's probably going to say. We've seen the fight they put up, and they actually aren't supporting this motion. So what they're saying really here is let's have a bit of a review, but we're happy to decimate the services. We don't really want the neighbourhood agenda. We don't really believe in neighbourhood working. The neighbourhood manager is an essential part of the neighbourhood agenda. Local councillors do lead the way. Labour councillors have proven that throughout the city. The neighbourhood manager coordinates the councillors, the partner organisations, gets them issues and absolutely provides a brilliant facilitation. Other officers within the neighbourhood agenda, the community development worker and the community safety officers, all add to that. Piling on extra work on these members of our staff, but removing the resource from them isn't the right way to go. The circulation of the board papers is a key issue, and it probably is a larger concern for residents in deprived areas who haven't got the unlimited access to internet and be able to afford to print large bundles of papers. These papers are still going to be printed and put in libraries, and I'll tell you now, they'll just be put in the bin. Why can't we just put a stamp on them and send them to the residents who need them to remain informed and to participate at a local level? I hope you can still reconsider and support this motion because it's the right thing to do and you know it.
Councillor Atwell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Mayor. It sounds very rich coming from Councillor Williamson that we need more resources and this is not right and that's not right, and it's quite clear that he's hardly attended any meetings since he's been elected as an MP. And secondly, he's going on about people having hard times. Yeah, he's right. Everybody's going through a hard time. But when is he going to give up his second allowance to help the people out who are having a hard time? Could he answer that for me, please?
Can I call upon Councillor Hinsdale to wind up, please?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Atwell, I don't think Councillor Williamson is here to answer questions. It's a debate we're having about the neighbourhood agenda. Just to Councillor Poulter, he was talking to me with that. Don't you know better, Councillor Dinser? Look, this is the way to do things. And he started talking about area managers. Councillor Poulter, area managers relate to the Street Pride initiative. I was talking about neighbourhood managers. That is a difference, and you, as a cabinet member, should know that. The issue here is critically about having the right resources where the needs are greatest. Now, Councillor Nater started talking about rebalancing that programme and having feedback from neighbourhood managers and acknowledging that there is needs greater in certain areas than others. Then he said, oh, we'll think about that and we'll have a review or we'll talk talk to somebody else, probably talk to their friends in the Conservative Party about it. Here's a motion which gives you the action which says to recommend to Council to review the resourcing of neighbourhood managers and teams to better align them with the needs of the deprived communities. That's, I think, what he was trying to say, but he doesn't see it in this motion. He sees it somewhere else, in a debate, in a discussion, in a closed room somewhere. I don't really understand that at all in terms of where he's coming from. I thought he was being positive, but then he went negative. Councillor Poulter talked about giving more to neighbourhood boards, and I think we're talking about £26,000 at the moment. We can't sniff at that. It's very important, and it makes a difference in terms of making sure we target that for local residents. In the original agenda that we had, and Councillor Williamson led on neighbourhood managers, we'd have been talking about hundreds of thousands of pounds by now at this stage of the process. Because if you're talking about localism, if you're talking about devolving powers and funds, 26,000, 36,000 doesn't get there. It does not get to the point. And you need better empowerment of local people. The agenda has stalled, and it's actually going to be spread thinly, and I don't think that's the right thing. This motion is trying to rebalance, Councillor Nader, rebalance that drift, and actually target the resources commensurate to the needs of local neighbourhoods. That's what we're in the business for, and that's what we should be doing. That's what this motion is asking for. Please still reconsider that this motion is actually going to be beneficial to all our deprived and needy communities. So, Mr. Mayor, I resolve that this motion is supported by everybody in the Council chamber. I know it may not be. For that reason, I would like a recorded vote on those who are supporting or opposing this motion today.
Will members please indicate whether they are for or against the motion as I call out their names. Councillor Allen. Against the motion. Councillor Ashburner. Against. Councillor Atwell. Against. Councillor Banwaite. Councillor Barker. Against. Councillor Bayliss. Councillor Bolton. Councillor Carr. Councillor Davis. Councillor Dinser. Councillor Grimmadell. Councillor Harwood. Councillor Hickson. Councillor Higginbottom. Councillor Hurd. Councillor Holmes. Councillor Hussain. Councillor Ingle. Councillor Jackson. Councillor Jennings. Councillor Jones. Councillor Leeming. Councillor Lowe. Councillor Marshall. Councillor Nater. The Mayor, Councillor Nath. Councillor Poulter. Councillor Radford. Councillor Rawson. Councillor Redfern. Councillor Repton. Councillor Richards. Councillor Roberts. Councillor Shanker. Councillor Skelton. Councillor Troop. Councillor Turner. Councillor Webb. Councillor Whitby. Councillor Williams. Councillor Williamson. Councillor Winter. Councillor Fay Winter. Councillor Linda Winter. Councillor Wood.
for the motion, 26 against the motion, 1 abstention, so the motion is lost. Moving on to the final motion from Councillor Ashburn to move and Councillor Richards to second. Councillor Ashburn, please.
This will be fairly brief. Mr Mayor, the decision to allow local authorities to generate and sell green electricity to the national grid has been claimed by Councillor Dave Roberts for Councillor Stroke MP Chris Williamson. But Labour has been in power nationally for more than a decade and, Mr Mayor, it has taken a Liberal Democrat MP, Chris Hume, Climate Change Secretary, to make this happen. Given that Labour claims that it was their wish and that the Liberal Democrats and Conservatives have made it happen, I am expecting cross-party support on this along the lines of the earlier asbestos is dangerous motion. Thank you.
Second, Councillor Richards.
Yes, I second the motion and reserve my right to speak later.
Councillor Holmes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm going to be really brief. Councillor Poulter was clean-shaven when we started this meeting. The Conservative administration was already committed to work towards the use of renewable energy systems and technology. And as a Cabinet Member for Planning and Environment, I can't speak highly enough, really, on the work done by the Climate Change and Energy officers in the Council that has established the City Council as one of the leading authorities in this area. Prior to the Government's decision to allow local authorities to sell renewable energy to the national grid, we were always working on small predictors to assess potential wind turbines at 2 sites, the assembly rooms and Griffield Primary School in Heatherton. We're also ready to establish whether or not Derby can develop viable large wind generation installations. Further hydro projects are also being explored for Darley Abbey and Markeaton Brook. Property in Arboretum Square will showcase a demonstration project in partnership with Nottingham Community Housing Association. This will include solar PV funded by feed-in tariff. We're at the feasibility study stage of 2 trial large-scale solar PV installations for Friargate Studios and Springwood Leisure Centre, and this would also be feed-in tariff funded. Climate change officers are also working with the Council House refurbishment design team to explore large-scale solar PV installations, and we are partway through investigating the viability of a combined heat and power CHP installation for Moorways, and have carried out feasibility study looking into CHP district heating for the city centre, which will be presented as a report to leadership soon. Being able to sell power to the grid will be an instrumental part of the business case for the large wind, further hydros, Moorways, CHP and small wind projects. Thank you.
Councillor Bayliss.
Yes, I'm not quite sure what Councillor Ashburn was on about, even when he did stand up. But anyway, we're going to support this and bring the proceedings to an end, if that's okay. And any spare oranges we'll donate to Councillor Harwood.
Councillor Troop.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. While I was the Cabinet Member for Climate Change, I had officers work out a schedule of what carbon emission savings could be made by various initiatives and technologies that were available to us. It was clear from that work that the renewable energy was absolutely critical for the Council in meeting its carbon reduction requirements. And so this, the ability for the Council to sell its electricity will greatly increase the viability and flexibility for the Council in meeting its obligations. So I commend this motion to Council.
Can I then call upon Councillor Ashburn to wind it up, please? All those in favour of the motion, please show. That's unanimous. This, of course, it was the last meeting of the Council before this year, and we are going to meet in January. So could I please take this opportunity to wish every one of the councillors a very Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year, and also to the citizens of Derby a very Happy Christmas and a Happy New Year. And I also want to send my well wishes, good wishes and greetings to all the community members who are celebrating the Eid festival. Thank you. That concludes the meeting.